Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first Women in Data Science New York City at Buzzer event. I'm Rachel Warren, a senior data scientist here at Buzzer and also an ambassador for the Women in Data Science organization. To start off, I would first just like to thank all of the speakers that we have today for participating in today's event and to contributing to such an important mission and really just for taking the time out of their busy schedules to be here. This event really doesn't go off without you and without all of your contributions that you make to this industry. And then also just a huge, massive thank you to Deb, Zoe, and McKenna from the Buzzer team who have just been incredible teammates in making this event a reality. So now a bit about how this event all came together and the why behind it. So Women in Data Science is a Stanford-founded organization with the goal of elevating women in the data science field. And Buzzer is a suite of technology products and services available to the global sports industry that provides a more personalized experience for that next generation of sports fans. Within Buzzer, we also have our Strive program that has the goal of creating more equitable social and economic outcomes for underserved communities through initiatives like our summer mentorship program. And so as an ambassador for the Women in Data Science program, I was given the opportunity to throw an event that elevates women in data. And in thinking through just how to have an event with the most amount of impact while still leveraging our network at Buzzer and the power of Strive, we decided to have an event focused specifically on women in sports data, as the subset of women in data science is very small, and the subset of women in the sports industry, whether that's in business positions and tech positions, or even just playing on the field, is also very small. And so for women who are at the intersection of these two spheres, sports and data, they tend to experience even less equity and inclusion than in most other industries. Having such an uneven distribution of women in sports tech roles and even the wider gap in leadership positions should really worry just about every innovative leader in the industry, as we know that when women are included in the decision-making processes and there is that diversity of thought in the room, that we just tend to build better products and services because they're created for all stakeholders. And we'll hear a lot about some of those products and services today. But that's really why it's so important and why we should all just try and find ways to take action to minimize this gender gap. We're all collectively taking that action today to help level the playing field for women in sports data by supporting gender equity and inclusion in the space by attending and contributing to this event. I think I speak for most women here when I say that there's been many times as a female data scientist in the sports industry where I have been the only in the room. But fortunately, that's not the case today. I'm humbled to say that we have 16 outstanding women speakers from across 15 organizations delivering keynotes, technical tracks, and sitting on panels. It was important to me and also all the other women participating in this event that we not only talk about what it's like to be a woman in the industry, but that we focus on all of the badass, innovative, and technical work that these women are leading in the space. And so we'll cover topics that demonstrate the impact of data on live sporting events and the shift towards data-driven fan engagement. But we'll also discuss the realities of gender inequities in the industry and how we can collectively work together as allies and mentors to improve it. And finally, at the end of each keynote and technical track session, there will be the opportunity for a 5 to 10 minute Q&A session. So audience members, if you have questions throughout the speaker sessions, please feel free to put them in the Slido. That platform should be linked in the YouTube live stream, or you can just go to slido.com and type in that code 3895125. So we encourage you to ask any questions that you have, and we'll relay those to the speakers at the end of the session. So now, our first speaker, who requires no introduction, Jessica Gelman, is a prominent business executive and innovator in the sports industry, recognized for her role as a major driver of the sports analytics movement. She is the CEO of Kraft Analytics Group, also known as CAGR, a technology services company that specializes in helping sports and entertainment organizations optimize their operations and fan engagement through data-driven, customer-centric approach to getting analytics right. In addition to her work at CAGR, Jessica co-founded and continues to co-chair the highly regarded MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference, the first and largest analytically focused sports conference. Jessica and her wife live in the Boston area with their 2 sons. So everyone, please join me in welcoming Jessica to talk about the 4th industrial revolution, data, how analytics is changing the game.
Good morning. Thanks for the intro. Also loved hearing the background of the other things that are going on today. I want to just confirm that everyone can hear me, and I'm going to throw up my slide deck here. Is there? All right, perfect. Oh, great. Thanks, Rachel. Glad to hear that. So you have the background, and what I wanted to do today is share a little bit about my journey and some of the specific work that we've done, specifically at CAGR, Compounding Annual Growth Rate, or CAGR, Craft Analytics Group, and how analytics, in my opinion, has really helped level the playing field, not just in the sports industry, but more broadly. But I think we're just getting started in what we're doing. So, to get started, I always like to talk a little bit about sports analytics and what it is and what it is not. So one thing that I love is, I think, as most of you know, Bill James, the godfather of sports analytics, he did the baseball abstracts, and that started in the 70s, and many people gravitated toward doing analytics. Again, this is on the performance side of sports, but I think helping people understand the evolution. Then Michael Lewis in 2003 published Moneyball, and obviously there was a whole influx of people who then began to see and understand the increasing amounts of data, again, on the performance side. In 2007, Brian Westbrook took a knee at the 1 yard line rather than running in to score a touchdown to preserve the game. Not necessarily statistically based, but it helped highlight the value of understanding, the data around when to do and to take certain actions. And then obviously now, not allowed, but the infield shift in baseball, you can see here that the second baseman is closer to the shortstop, became very prevalent. Again, this was very analytically driven. And I like to start with this. I know we're talking sports, but because this part of the sports performance side highlights the power and promise of analytics. And while I think analytics on the team or performance side really started out ahead of the business side, there's been a huge evolution and change. And so what I wanted to walk through just to start is kind of my journey a little bit. Thanks for the great introduction. But if you don't know, this is a photo of me in the Boston Globe in, I don't know, probably about 15 years ago, when people were identifying that Boston had become a hub of analytics. And, this is when I was working with the Patriots, where I worked for about 14 years before we spun out CAGR into a separate business in 2016. I also co-founded the MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. We've had a couple of prominent speakers, former President Barack Obama, and this is my co-founder, Daryl Morey, who is obviously on the performance side for the Sixers. And then the perspective, obviously, that I'm bringing to bear is on the business side. And then with CAGR, and again, I'm going to walk through this with all of you a little bit today. 2 years ago, I can't believe it's 2 years ago, JP Morgan made a strategic investment in us, which was obviously validating. And then we continue to grow, and happy to share, and we'll share some of the varying clients that we have. We announced most recently the LA Rams in March, but we work across 30 different sports teams, leagues, or industry players, with the two primary parts of our business, which are our technology platform and our strategic consulting services, which all integrate analytics and technology. So that's a little bit of the overview of why analytics matters, why we're thinking about it. Again, I know the people who are listening in here are a little more advanced in terms of their comprehension of analytics, but I like to start by just simplifying and helping to define what analytics is. So today, what we're going to go through is really three phases. What is analytics? And I'm going to share a very basic initial application that our team undertook at the Patriots 15 or so years ago. Then highlight, how do you evolve into a business or an organization that's using data in a more profound way? What are the steps that need to be taken to automate the make sure the data is foundationally correct, and then apply it to grow and evolve the business. And then lastly, focusing on how do you make data part of your day-to-day. And also, I would say most importantly, use data to affect change from an equality perspective in the industry, which is a big focus for me personally. But why does it matter? You know, I firmly believe that data is the fourth industrial revolution. AI is certainly coming into play and pushing us even further quicker, which I think is a very exciting for all of us in this field. But let's get started on what is analytics. So again, just as a baseline, there's obviously your baseline descriptive, what has happened. I would say this is actually where the predominance of analytics is happening in the sports space today, which is the basics of how many season ticket members do you have, as an example, where are they seated, what is their tenure, have they renewed, like basic descriptive information, which is not necessarily readily available, or the data isn't available as you want or need on the team side, but it's evolving very quickly. Oops, sorry, went the wrong way on that. The second is the predictive, and this is using historical data to try and project what is going to happen. Again, we know all of this. I'll give you a very basic example next on a retention model. But really the most important part of all in any of this analytics is the prescriptive part. What are we actually using and doing with this data to grow the business? And this maturity and acceleration of data application is, and really the analytics evolution is, you know, the heart of what businesses go through. And by the way, there are elements of this that are circular and virtuous. In particular, as we have new data sets that are coming online, honestly, it feels like every year there's new information. Gambling is one of the most pervasive now. The direct-to-consumer over-the-top media content is another major one. So just to kind of simplify and give an example or a use case of an application of a predictive model, this is a case study on a season ticket member customer and the life cycle that they might go through, which is on the far left. You'll see that they might join the wait list if the organization is sold out, or they might buy a ticket or become a season ticket member. Then there's a process of what we would call, like, you know, the positive components, where they're onboarded into the organization, they're using all of the great amenities, they're upgrading their tickets on a year-to-year basis. And those are all positive behaviors. And so much of the work that we do and that I'm focusing on personally, based on my psychology background, is really not necessarily demographics, but the behaviors themselves of customers. And then where do we start to see behaviors that indicate that their experiences is maybe not what they want it to be? So missed games, and missed games today versus this example is really from 2010 is very different than what it was in 2010, where we didn't have insights on ticket transfers or on secondary purchases. And we'll talk more about that in a little bit. And then service issues that might come up. And again, we'll talk a little bit about the cleaning of data and understanding what data actually is and is not. So, and then we'll go into at-risk. So I want to start with really this predictive model that we did. The first time we did it was in 2009. Now, this is basic. Almost every team does it today. But why I think this is important to highlight here is, again, the application of how it was used. So the first predictive model that we did, we pulled in a bunch of data sources. It was the first time we had a golden record, and we had data across ticketing and email marketing and CRM and other data sets. And across all of the efforts that we undertook, as you might imagine, if a customer misses a game, their likelihood of renewal decreased. And so the key thing here, though, was when did that inflection point of missed games mean that they weren't going to renew? From the work that we did, we identified that if a customer got to that fourth missed game, having missed 3, this was Patriots, obviously, their likelihood to not renew increased by 30%. So the goal, and this is the application of the analytic and predictive model, is how can we alter, communicate, inform our customers after the first game, second game, third game, so that they don't get to that fourth missed game. And so we did a series of triggered communications that we set up at the beginning of the season. After the first game, when a season ticket member would miss a game, they would receive a very soft message like, oh, as a season ticket member, you get all these benefits. By the way, you can sell your tickets on the secondary. And if you do come, you could be selected to go onto the field pregame. So that is the first soft, not Big Brother. After the second missed game, it was a survey to understand why did they miss the game. Was it the result of a bad experience that they had? Was it an urgent issue that they needed to address? But just really having communication and contact and knowing that we're aware and concerned and wanting to ensure that they're maximizing their investment as a season ticket member. After the third missed game, there'd be an actual outreach to the season ticket member, inviting them down to an event. And then, of course, the prevention, trying to prevent them from getting to that fourth missed game. So the overall impact, again, of just setting up this triggered email campaign that was set and then let run for the rest of the season, we had a control and a test. So the control was we held out to see what the impact was. The people who got the communications, they renewed at a 5% higher than the people who were a part of the control. So just from communicating, you can improve renewal rate. Like that's very powerful because you're informing. So the next year after we did this, again, so much of, we talked about the net new data sets that are coming in all the time, these macro ones like gambling, but we wanted to really focus on at risk and reduce at risk. And so we added a bunch of net new data sets. This is just examples of them on the left here. So it was like days renewed early, or were they transferring to the same person? Were they logging into their account? And this is where the service thing is an important one. If someone's calling, they're calling in with a service issue, or are they calling because they want their login to their account? That's a good customer service call versus they had a bad experience at the game. And coding those differently is really important. And that's the kind of detail and where the descriptive and the depth of information is really critical to ensure that we're not misinterpreting data when we're saying customer service call and differentiating. And these other elements, we pulled in additional data sources. So it's not only getting access to the data, but translating it and making sure that it is showing in the right way. So the next year, the second year of the predictive model, and again, this is something that is iterative and should always be adjusted. What you'll see here from left to right, a 1 is a decile of 10 deciles of season ticket members. 1 decile is a customer is least likely to renew. 10, a customer is most likely to renew. And what you can see is this blue line, which was the model from the year before, and the black line, which was the actual renewal rate. And then with the new data sets, the red line was the new predictive model. And what's really important here is in that most at-risk decile, how much more closely we were predicting who was at risk and how much more correlated it was. And again, the efforts here that we did were leading into the renewal period. So rather than a season-long campaign, it was, in the final months of the season, we had 3 different outreaches: a control or no outreach, a handwritten letter from the ticket office, and a gift card, an actual $25 gift card to purchase merchandise. And as you might imagine, again, most at risk. So these are the people who are unlikely to renew, or at this case, we're below 70% likelihood of renewal. The people who had an engagement, their renewal went up by 10%. 10%, that's insane, right? What was more interesting is that the people who got the handwritten note renewed at a higher rate than the people who got money. So again, this type of process of applying the data to and the prescriptive is I think very important and something to translate. And it's hard to have both of those different mindsets, but then also following back up to see what was the result of the model that was created. So I like to share that just as a starting point to give an idea of the power of analytics. I know it's a simplified version, but hopefully you'll all be able to take those concepts and the application of it and apply it. So how to build a muscle. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my personal journey and how analytics has played into it. As I alluded to, I went to Harvard, I played basketball there, and I studied psychology. And psychology at Harvard was very statistically oriented, and I actually had to run experiments while I was in college I did a lot of sports psychology work, but I think like this really set the baseline for how I thought about engaging customers, understanding fans. So, in 2005, again, this is about the transformation from my time with the Patriots, where I joined in 2002 to where we kind of are today with Kager. We had our first customer data warehouse in 2005. I won't go into the details of how rudimentary things were back then, but I believe Facebook was founded in 2007 as a point of understanding. So the first customer data warehouse, this was probably only like 5 or 6 different data feeds. We added in operational data sets, so everything from the stadium operations to retail. And again, I think this is a critical part of data warehousing. We do this with Kager. And there's a lot of insights, especially as more organizations are having point of sale on mobile phones, where you can have there's some connectivity of what people are actually buying on game days. The predictive model, which we just ran through, was in 2009. So how do we put this to use? And at that time, we started to identify and deal with some very significant technology limitations, pulling data, the needing more enhanced ways of capturing data on a day-to-day basis. Just there's a massive evolution, and also technology overall had expanded. And so during this time period, again, also I was having exposure running the MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference to what was happening more broadly. And, thought that this was just a really interesting need in the industry. Lots of organizations were trying to figure out what to do, and we felt there wasn't a good solution in this space that had what we needed and wanted. And so, put together over 7 or 8 months, did research, and then approached the crafts. And ultimately, we founded Kager 2 years later. And today we work across all of the major US sports leagues and key industry players. These are some of them: the Sixers, the NFL, Ticketmaster. And then, as I mentioned, JP Morgan made this investment 2 years ago. The personal journey and the impact of analytics is what I wanted to talk about with respect to this. So, first in 2009, and I think this is really important because data and analytics gave me a different voice when I was, in coming up within an organization. And we had at this time in 2009, the Patriots were struggling with retention. It was down, and by down for the Patriots, I don't want to misspeak. It was, in the low 90s at that time. But, the crafts, very forward thinking, wanted to affect change. And so they got a group of executives together to talk about what are the challenges, what needed to be improved within the experience that customers were having. And so one of the major areas that I saw from survey data and from feedback, customer service calls, and the data work that we were doing was at the gates and the entry into the venue, which took a long time. And so, I brought that up in this strategy session, and the person who was the head of security at the time was a very intimidating Green Beret who many people did not want to engage and avoided because of the way that he engaged across the organization. And he was very aggressive in the meeting that I didn't know what I was talking about. And, my response to him was, in short, I appreciate what you're saying, but this is not, my perspective or my opinion. This is what the data is saying. This is what the customers are saying is the biggest pain point that they're having today. The feedback coming out of that, again, like I said, data gave me a different voice in that meeting, and the feedback coming out of that session from many of the executives, and at that time I was not a vice president within the organization yet. That happened shortly thereafter, so maybe this had some influence in that, but was being able to go and share perspective using data as a catalyst to affect change. And I think in general, my experiences, and I'm confident, but even as a woman, and it's not just women, by the way, it's anyone, and I'm not an introvert either, but I think, speaking up, even as a more junior person in the organization, it can be hard. And I think that data just gave me confidence in that what I was saying was well-informed and important. Again, around gender equality and for data for me, in 2013-14, when this research and I was conceiving of Kager, it literally came up right after I had given birth and had taken some time off for my maternity leave. And I just think that's important because it's a unique situation. And I think there's a lot of fear. I had fear talking and sharing that I was pregnant and what that would do to my career. And I guess I would offer that I think that it was like net positive for me because it allowed me to take a step back and have a broader view of what was needed. I wasn't like doing research while I had an infant, just to be clear, but it was when I came back to work and saw it. So, and then the last thing is, Rachel said in her introductory remarks about not being the only, and I just want to impart, especially to, people in their 20s and 30s, that it is not, it's not equal yet. And I think there's this perception when you're, in college where there's actually more women in college than men, that it is equal. But it changes as you go through and up your career path. And so when JP Morgan invested in us in 2021, they had invested in over 200 organizations at that point in time. And the person who had led the investment, he was very proud. He turned to me and he just said that this was the first investment they had had in a female-led organization. And so I think just for perspective, I think that's important. I'm certainly honored that our business reflected success and growth in that way. But there are still firsts and a lot of firsts that are being undertaken at this time. Okay, so we've kind of gone through that. I'm going to pick up the speed a little bit on how to build a muscle, and we'll go into some of the work that we do and how to evolve your areas of focus that you might have. So when we think about, and this is metric creation, I talked a little bit about this, but this is kind of the next stage beyond just like a predictive model. So for us, when we think about data and analytics, it's first getting access to data. So often the data is not available or in the formats that you might want and need, and it's evolving and changing, but many of the partners who touch sports don't have the infrastructure to provide data in the right way. It's, again, as rights holders are asking for it, that's evolving and changing, but that's a critical need. Second is the data management, data warehousing. That's obviously what Kager does. It's we have a whole platform surrounding it with the integrated analytics, data visualizations, and access to the data. We are data wonks ourselves. So there's a lot of different ways that we want people to be able to consume this foundational standardized golden record data with bidirectional data feeds into all the key sources. There's data creation, which I'm going to talk about in a second, which is adding variables. I gave the example of the customer service types of calls, new behavioral information, new sources, and then I'll give you this metric in a second, and then the data application, which I've obviously talked about. So we view this as the virtuous cycle of evolution in evolving an analytics practice and a strategy function to have impact within a business. And why do you do all this? We call Kager the hub of the fan experience, the intent, and people are fans of a team. It's a community. How do we help our rights holders create the best experiences for their customers? My wife is the CEO of a healthcare company, and I'm like, you're like saving lives, and she says, well, you're making lives worth living. And I'm a sports fan at my heart as well. And I think as a mom now, it's even better getting to share these experiences, going to events with my kids. Corbin and I have a 6 and 9-year-old boys. But the key thing here is, like, if I'm going to an event, I want the organizations to know me. And that's really what I think we're all trying to do. And there's this evolution and this on an increasing basis. First is demographics, very basic. Then it's connecting the behaviors, which we've talked about. Then predictive models. Then it's changing behaviors and loyalty and ensuring that our customers are receiving value. I would also say one of the major things that we're seeing now on an increasing basis is that sponsors, brands that are associated with sports, more than ever, want to be able to connect back directly to the rights holders, customers, and show the ROI of it. And so the depth of information that teams and leagues and other people who kind of own the fan need or are going to provide, it has to evolve as well. It can't just be the demographics. It has to be things that they want, and a depth of information and continuous collection of insights that is going to change the next iteration of sports and our understanding over the next 3 to 5 years. So as we talk about metric creation, one of the hot topics over the last couple of years, especially coming out of COVID, is a season ticket worth it? And this is some work that we did with the NFL on the integrated ticketing platform. And it was a unique opportunity. It was the first time that all of the secondary data was being provided in a centralized location. We standardized all of the team data across the NFL, the primary ticketing data, and then all of the secondary, and created a golden record, both for the customer and a golden record for the ticket. And seeing if a season ticket member who spent a certain amount on a season ticket, did they receive value by either attending the game, transferring their ticket to someone who attended the game, or post their ticket on the secondary and either receive more money, which is increasing value, or did they not receive money, increased value of what they paid for the ticket. So it's a very simple metric that was created called realization value. So is the actual amount that was earned by a customer. So it varies by obviously the price of the ticket that was paid. And so again, this is not the end all be all, but it's a basic metric that was created. And from the application perspective, how do you visualize this? This is a simple 2x2 matrix. On the left is the realization rate, which is people on the lower left, the red, they received 0%. So either they transferred the ticket and the person didn't come, or they were unable to sell it on the secondary. And then by attendance, which is the bottom area here. So, the realization by attendance. And so anyone who's in this bottom left, that's a concern. And those are people who you can be engaging. So don't even need to go all the way to creating a renewal model, and you can be doing this in real time during the season. And again, the component here is, okay, what are you going to do with this knowledge, service campaigns with the test and control? I really applaud the NFL for making this investment, 5 years ago to share this information with the teams. The teams uniquely had access to just their data and then had comparable perspective across the rest of the league that was anonymized. But you look at how the NFL has continued to grow in their ticket sales and in the prices that they can bear for their season ticket members, because they can show and understand the value that season ticket members are earning. And it's not really a surprise that the NFL remains such a business of evolution and change and growth and interest. So foundation to impact, and I'm going to do just a quick little component on how to apply analytics in this framework to your business. And then I'm going to talk lastly about, the stuff that I do around gender, equity and equality, and using the various platforms that I have to try and affect change for the next generation and for the folks who I engage with at Kager and in the other areas that I'm involved. So path to impact here, as you can see. So, I think everyone on this call, not everyone in the world, I think people think, again, if you go to the MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference, or you're at this Buzzer event, you're like, oh, of course everyone knows analytics works. It is not necessarily something that is the fabric of every organization. It is certainly only in specific parts of the organizations. And so, I think just to highlight the evolution of where organizations grow as a result of investing into analytics, but investing in the right way too, making sure that there's data security and data privacy, that there's redundancy of staff, that there's room to grow and have strategic partners that help. And then, obviously, some organizations like Amazon are incredibly outsized in their early investment into this space and extending to new business lines. So I think, how do you get there? the Flyers, Comcast Spectacor is one of our clients. And what we love about them as a client is they had very clear goals when they came onto our platform 3 years ago, which they wanted to have this data at their fingertips. The group is led by Valerie Camillo, who's the CEO, Mike Shane, who is a COO, I think that's his title, and Sam Ebb, who is SVP there. And they're looking, and they're we think very forward in terms of how they use not just the customer data, but the operations data to affect and understand food and beverage purchases and ensure and holding their various vendors accountable throughout games and ensuring the best experience. And then again, maximizing the resources. Next is simplifying access to the data and storytelling. This past year, this is a data visualization. It's a map, and it's meant to be a quick hit to understand how your event is doing on the left to a comparable or a whole season comparison on the right. There's a lot of key metrics and KPIs here. But I think the key thing here is, like, how are you sharing out information with people or providing access to information for people who maybe don't have the same comfort with data that you do? Over the past year, we have created what we call our fan segmentation tool. It's our version of a CDP, but the intention is for marketers to be able, the marketing organization to be able to have a no code access to pull data and get personalized lists that bidirectionally push into your email marketing system or your CRM or social. And the result of that is that your technical people who, have proficiency in SQL don't need to be going into the back-end system or pulling a bunch of different data sources. They can if they want to, but it's democratizing the data. So thinking about this is something we focus on a lot, but that's storytelling. And the last is the maximizing and automating key levers. I kind of gave you the example right there with fan segmentation, but then also the models that are being built, making sure that they're machine learning and updating in real time, and that you have a process to track to make sure that they're updating correctly and that the impact that you expected was happening. So that's kind of that element of how to evolve your business. And now I want to talk about sports diversity and analytics. And this is the ending part of what I'm going to talk about. And I'm really passionate. One of the things that I've recognized over the past, probably really once I moved into the C-suite with the creation of Kager, is leveraging my platforms and stature within the industry to try and affect change. And I think analytics is a very powerful way to do that. As I experienced early on in my career. I'm working sports because it's really fun. This is me on the far left as a sixth grader, my first year playing basketball. It's me at Harvard, and then there's a photo of me at presenting at the SBJ Awards last year, actually, when Robert Kraft was presented with the Lifetime Achievement Award, and that was quite an honor to be able to give him kudos up there while I was presenting a different award. But in terms of lessons learned in the platform to affect change, there's really three ways. First is raising awareness, and this means giving women platforms to not be separated necessarily from men, but to be speaking about, and having presence and highlighting and inspiring people. So I'll show some stuff from an equal play event, which was the 50th celebration of Title IX that we co-hosted with Craft Sports and Entertainment last year. And then the extension work that we did from that with Coding with Kager, the Sloan Conference and the WISE, and then creating opportunities, which is part of my day-to-day with Kager. Very important to me. Our executive team is 80% female, which is obviously unusual in sports, even more unusual in tech and data. And our overall leadership team is 60% diverse. Again, we're very, this is, I think people feel when they see folks that look like them, there's comfort, and this is a big focus for us. And then more recently, my wife, Daryl, and a couple of our friends, we became minority partners in the Utah Royals, the NWSL team, and I'll talk a little bit about that. So first, this celebrating 50 years of Title IX. I hope everyone on this call knows what Title IX is. It was basically a law that was 37 words that was passed in 1972. It actually said nothing about athletics, but it created and opened opportunities for girls to play sports in any place that's federally funded. So colleges, high schools. It's not just sports, by the way, it's any activity. So it could also be, other elements that people want to engage where they maybe haven't in the past. It's a very important law, and I think awareness. Billie Jean King came and spoke at this event, and we had over 600 people attend. We invited every professional team in New England, obviously women's and men's teams. We invited all of the 300 plus universities in New England, as well as the high school associations. And it was an electric event. You have Jackie McMullen, who was the first woman to win the Penn Faulkner Award for writing, interviewing Billie Jean, who sadly got COVID the day before. But just the lessons that she teaches about knowing our history, and also, I think very importantly, making sure we have allies, meaning it can't just be women doing the work. We need to have men engaged, because right now they are the ones who are leading and affecting change, and we need their support. I spend a lot of my personal time on gender equality and equity matters. And I think I have seen a number of my male colleagues who, they understand and are supportive, and it means the world. The crafts, obviously, as you can tell from this, Daryl, of course, with the Sloan Conference, among many others. So these were the people that were honored. The crafts were huge supporters. Christine Lilly, from legend from the U.S. Women's National Team, Jackie, Kathy Delaney-Smith, my college basketball coach, and Michelle Roberts, who is the retired executive director of the National Basketball Players Associations, and then Jen Farron, who is the CMO of the Patriots, one of my closest friends, and someone who I worked for a period of time too, and a great advocate for women as well. This was just what the panel looked like. It was incredible. And the other part that I think was really incredible about this event is that we brought in a bunch of different women who volunteered to help support putting this event together. And it was just a great way to get to know people across craft sports and entertainment, and the craft group and Kager, and also educate. We watched, we all read All In, the Billie Jean book. And now I can't remember the name of the Billie Jean tennis movie, but we all watched that too. Then from that, Kager, we created Coding with Kager, where we invited all the women in tech and women in data groups from local colleges down to our offices, because really this see it, be it is really important. We had about 40 students come down, and what we did is we had some of our executive team talk about our career paths. This is that group. And then we did breakout sessions with each of our functional areas: data science, engineering, consulting, data science, and business intelligence. And that was really to help students who are currently in school translate the theoretical, what they're learning theoretically in school, into, hey, this is what my first job is like. And one of the things that was a little sad for me is the number of women who came and said, excuse me, that they are still the only woman in their data science class, which just means we have work to do. So coaching and educating, the MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference, I just want to start by saying this because I'm really proud of it. This past year, we had 38% of our speakers at the conference were women. That far out is outsized for the industry as a whole. 51% of our speakers were diverse. This was an all-female panel that was focused on fan engagement. It had nothing to do with being a woman. It was just talking about changes, and you guys may know some of these people. Marie Donahue, who basically created and developed and leads all of sports for Amazon. Renee Anderson, who's a CRO at the NFL, Val Camillo, who's the president and CEO of Flyers, and then Shelley, that's me obviously, and then Shelley Passara, who leads insights and strategy at Wasserman, and she moderated the discussion. So, that's see it be it. Further, 3 years ago, we created a mentorship program, which is geared towards women and Black leaders. And this past year, we had over 70 students who attended. We very much targeted women's colleges and HBCUs to make sure that people who aren't aware of the Sloan Conference are aware. They come to the conference on us. We provided there was some opportunity to have accommodations paid for if they had financial need. And they were paired with a mentor from within the industry. And I think the people who volunteered to be mentors was also just like an awesome to see. We've had a women's luncheon for the past 6 years. This is Kathy Carter, who did it 2 years ago. Jessica Berman, the commissioner of the NWSL, did it this past year. The first year we did it 6 years ago, we had like maybe 100 or so people. We had over 225 women at the luncheon this year. I think Kathy Carter is the CEO of LA28 and, has a really interesting story as one of the early people who joined MLS and then ran for the president of US Soccer, lost, but then has gone on to something bigger and better at LA28. This was just the audience a couple years ago. And then lastly, we created with Wise and Wasserman the Multiplier Summit, which is for mid to senior level executives to give them comfort with analytics. So like it's a learning agenda. We have professors who from different schools who come in, we have panels and just try to like demystify what analytics is, to help women get into the C-suite. And then the last thing is creating opportunities. I already alluded to how we are from a diversity perspective at Kager, which I'm really proud of. We have work to do, of course, in this space. We also have tremendous male allies within the organization and people pushing for DE&I, which is awesome. Like part of the change is I think people are attracted and understand the value of it. It's very critical. But I think like on a day-to-day basis, recognizing that everyone who works in an organization has different ways that they need to be coached and led. And that's part of our ethos too, which is like that some people are less likely to volunteer to do things or want to speak. And how do we manage people differently as a result of that? And I'm kind of highlighting some of the things that I've seen over my career where women will not speak up and how to encourage them to get over some of those fears so they can progress in their careers. But it's also in creating opportunities, is about promoting and encouraging people. I'm really proud that Katie Hodel here, who leads our business growth function, last year was selected as 40 under 40. She's someone who I've worked with for over 12 years. She is part of the creation of Kager. That to me is like really powerful for what we all need to do, which I think maybe women don't do as much, which is, to help identify opportunities and promote people, promote them for awareness. This is two of our leaders at Kager, Katie Lemieux and Molly Murphy, when they were giving one of the breakout sessions. But I'm just like, again, proud. These are just some examples of our leadership team at Kager. And then this is us on the field with the JPM team after their investment. So again, like the JPM investment really validated us. And again, I'm proud that we are the first, but I want to ensure that we're not the last. And then the last thing I alluded to at the beginning that, for several years, I've had a focus. Sports was really important to me growing up playing sports. But personally, I was inspired by Megan Rapinoe a few years ago in her speech about using our platform and making a difference and making an impact, and to help affect change with women's sports as an owner. As part of this, I've joined the NWSL board, and this is Jess Berman and Michelle Heineck, who is the president of the Utah Royals. And it was great when we had the kickoff about a month. Five weeks ago, we announced the Utah Royals coming back as an expansion franchise. And, this is Jess, my wife, Michelle, our kids, and then Jim Steger, who's one of the other partners as part of our group that invested into the Royals. But I think getting to share that with my kids and my wife is obviously amazing. But also, we went to the Celtics game on Tuesday night, and I'm sitting there with my son, and I said to him, we go to a lot of Harvard women's basketball games, and I said, what do you prefer? And he's like, well, I like this. He's like, but I like the women's game more because there's more passing. So, I'm really also proud of the how we're raising our boys, and all they know is women who are in positions of success. My wife is a CEO of a healthcare company. So I think, as you're thinking, and the people who organize this event, congratulations, it's amazing. I just want to encourage you all to use your platforms to affect change. I mentioned like Billie Jean King is really the ultimate here. She fought for equal pay in tennis years before anyone else. She also founded the Women's Sports Foundation, founded leagues. Like, she's incredible. Kathy Carter is a huge champion for women and is going to affect so much change for LA 28. And then from my perspective, how I'm viewing it is, how can I create opportunities through analytics, which is really the area, that I've made, a big stake in the ground for my career. And so that's my question to you guys. I don't know if we have time for questions. I think Rachel will jump in here, but that's what I got. So I just talked for a really long time.
No, that was great. Thank you, Jessica. I especially loved the point about how you use data to have a voice in meetings earlier on in your career as you were kind of coming up. I think that's something that I'll definitely keep in the back of my mind, and that a lot of people on this call could utilize as well. So I think we do have time for one question. So I will ask one of the questions from the question bank here. So somebody asked, what new companies or startups are you watching this year? What themes are you seeing that get you excited about the future of the industry?
Yeah, that's interesting. I haven't really looked very much. Oh, sorry, I just see this thing. Looked very much at new companies. I'm so busy building our companies. Again, what I mentioned about the brands and sponsors really wanting to understand the fans at a deeper level is something that I think is going to create mass change in the industry and will lead to teams and leagues significantly investing more into technology and data, because they're going to need to have those capabilities to translate, to share that information, but then go ahead and translate it. We're seeing a lot of sports teams and leagues evolve into almost like quasi agencies that are responsible for direct marketing. There's huge content play that's been going on for a while, as you can see from social media. I think that's only going to increase, and I believe it's more important now than ever, especially as these college athletes are coming into sports leagues with so many different, so many fans already. I was actually just, I'm obviously a huge women's basketball fan. I was looking at Angel Reese's fan following, her Instagram following. She's like 1.7 million followers. I think that's more than every team in the WNBA combined. And I know like LeBron James has maybe like 10x what the Lakers have. I mean, so I think that organizations getting this and understanding that as this, that's why brands are sponsoring these organizations, and really meeting them where they are is going to be very critical. So I think any organization that's in that space and can connect the primary data with to better inform and enhance marketing for brands and sponsors is going to win.
Yep, definitely. And then I think we do have time for just one last question real quick. So
Sure.
Another one here. How do you see the recent advancements that have been happening in AI and ML influencing the work that you're doing at Craft Analytics Group?
Yeah, I mean, it's, to me, like, I think of it as a tool to embrace. It's kind of, it would be like not using Tableau or not using Excel. It is evolving. I think there are concerns with any tool, especially the smart AI. I think there's a lot of risks. Daryl and I have spent a lot of time talking about this topic, and you guys might all be too young for what Terminator was, but machines taking over the world, I guess, also in the Matrix. But I think that's the biggest concern that we all need to have as data stewards. We need to have awareness of. In terms of how we're using it, everything from trying to speed up some of our coding processes. Again, at this point in time, I think everyone knows that whatever you might ask for needs to be nuanced and addressed. And you need to be knowledgeable about it, but I think that will evolve over time. We're testing it out. We're not actively doing too much yet, but we're trying to leverage it in a lot of different ways. I think the most common use cases I'm seeing, which isn't necessarily where we are, because we're B2B, not necessarily B2C, is being used in like customer service. That's what I've seen. I probably should be using it for my PowerPoint decks for it to create my PowerPoints for me. Because I'm still old school in how I do those. So any advice there? I know there's a couple out there. But it's actually my wife's birthday. So personally, I used it to write a poem in the style of Mary Oliver today. But that's not really a Kager use case. But I think it's a great question, and I would love ideas from folks. If people wanted to reach out to me, you can do it on LinkedIn. I'm readily available there. So, well, I hope this was helpful. I appreciate any feedback that people have, and any insights. Like I said, thanks for inviting me to speak today. This is an area that I'm very passionate about, and it's really important that everyone has awareness. I think sometimes people like kind of get into talking about what women don't have. I think we need to work together. This whole concept of team, we need to work together to help educate and bring us all forward. And it's going to take all of us doing little things on a continuous basis, everything from like encouraging someone to present the work that they've done, to calling out. There's a tremendous amount of unconscious bias, and it's hard to call it out. It's easier, obviously, as you get more senior in your career, but figuring out the right way to do it, and holding organizations accountable. So I hope that's helpful.
Yep. No, this was very, very helpful, especially to me. So yes, I appreciate you joining, Jessica, especially on your wife's birthday. And we will jump on to our next speaker now. So thank you, Jessica.
Thank you all.
Okay, so our next speaker, Kelly Pracht, is the CEO and co-founder of NVenue, a real-time predictive analytics technology for live sporting events. Kelly will talk about why accuracy matters and sports prediction regression techniques to maximize that accuracy.
Hey, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? All right. Well, let me get started here. First of all, thank you guys so much for having me. I'm just amazed at the quality of talent you guys have speaking here. I'm so honored to be included. So thank you so much. As Rachel mentioned, I'm going to talk about regression techniques to maximize accuracy, but I really also wanted to talk you through a journey of not only what my company does, but why accuracy matters and how we landed at the solutions that we did. So I'll take you on a little bit of a talk about why I founded NVenue, what accuracy means, how we do it, and a little bit of looking forward. So looking way back in the beginning. So my life, I grew up in the world of Friday Night Lights, West Texas. My dad was a coach. My brothers played sports. I played sports. Sports was everything to our family. It was how we communicated, how we interacted. It's what we did for fun. In fact, even the name of my company, NVenue, came from just this passion of going to venues. I remember being a little girl and cartwheeling at Mile High Stadium on the 50-yard line. That was just a blast. Or running the stands. So, it was everything. It was also competitive and it was all consuming. So that was my background. But where I landed after that, engineering was my real call. That's what I was really good at, was solving problems and doing math, but really just diving into the meat of making a difference in the world. I got my bachelor's degree at a small engineering school in Colorado called the Colorado School of Mines. Yes, we did do things in mines from time to time. My senior project was designing an electrical system in the Edgar mine, which is up in Idaho Springs. And I thought that was the coolest thing in the world. So gives you a little insight on me. I got my master's degree in electrical engineering at Colorado State while I was working at Hewlett Packard. And, I started to really want to solve problems. My master's degree was on how to improve the quality in our servers through reliability modeling. So that's kind of where I started to really dive into statistics and understanding how to make things better. I spent about almost 20 years at HP and then Hewlett Packard Enterprise, and I think I put out over several hundred products. If I really got down to it, I could probably count them all up, but it was a lot, from really, really big to really small, to solutions for media. But the thing that I was doing most recently was working on supercomputers, and I was leading teams that was doing the research to do things that would simulate the nuclear stockpile. We were providing solutions and machines out there that would predict global weather patterns, helping companies do that, and leading machine learning and teams that were making a change in the world. But it always came back to sports for me. In fact, really the beginning of InVenue, and I know a lot of you guys are up in New York, so I like to tell this story. I actually was in New York City for work in 2015, and we were meeting with the CTOs, in this case for media, and I learned something. I learned that tech people aren't always the best sports people, and vice versa. I came to that glaring conclusion. It just so happened that it was the day of the wild card. The Yankees were playing the Astros, and I thought, I'm just going to go. And my eyes were opened. I'm a big sports fan already, and I live in Houston. So it was a lot of fun. I did wear a Yankees shirt because I really wanted to fit in. So I kind of regretted that after the Astros won, because I didn't really feel right celebrating for the Astros. But lots of side conversations there, I'm sure. But the point is that was the moment when I realized that I wanted to do something in sports tech. And I began truly some serious research into the matter. But it was the best research in the entire world. My family loves to take, we take goofy selfies all the time, but this is just a tiny smattering of all of the selfies and the hundreds of baseball games, football games, basketball games that I dragged my family to over the next several years, where I was really looking for, what can I do in technology to improve my life as a fan, to really build on that connective feeling that I had towards sports. And what I came down to is I wanted to create a technology that enables fans like me, to engage with the sport in a very interactive, but still sports smart way. And we knew back then that it was microbets, and that was predicting plays as they're about to happen. By the way, truly the best research ever. I literally dragged these guys to every single game that we possibly could. Because I'm in Houston, it was a lot of Minute Maid Park, but I would find an opportunity to go anywhere that I could. So we saw the market going the same way. We weren't alone. I wasn't alone in some of this. In fact, right around the time that we founded InVenue, that we incorporated, Adam Silver came out and started talking about, hey, look, sports betting is coming, and wouldn't it be great if we could even score, we could even predict and let people bet on the next two free throws. That was one of our key inspirations. We were already there in our mindset, but we said, let's go do it. Jumped from my job from 20 years in and said, if not now, when? And so went out to go do it. But the challenge is the tech wasn't there yet. So, as I was looking through all of my screens and grabbing those pictures for y'all, I found hundreds of whiteboard screens of how we began to invent the tech, and how I would drag around this whiteboard and talk to my family about, hey, look, how do we predict what Altuve is going to do? And wait, isn't this different? And well, is it different over time? And what inputs would go in? And it naturally arrived at machine learning to make predictions. It got even more advanced when we said, hey, how can we do it faster than anybody else in the world? By the way, we needed to interact with the live data that's coming from the field. So it became that ultimate challenge for me, which is what I'd always sought before. And it combined this passion that I had for sports as well as technology. So it resulted in this oversimplified diagram, but literally a core predictive model for microbets, where we, in real time, take everything that's happening on the field, grabbing data from our partners like Sportradar or Genius, of what just happened. A strike just happened, or a free throw was just made, or the ball was just downed at the 10. we take that, grab millions from this vault of millions of machine learning models for players and the teams. We process them in real time using our supercompute strength. My CTO came with me from Hewlett Packard, and together we invented this kernel that would then generate just a host of predictions in incredible time. 33 milliseconds. That's an odd time, but that is our average for baseball. In fact, our goal was to get as close to near zero latency as humanly possible, because if you're going to be making predictions in real time, we needed to get any kind of latency out of the way, and we could control that. So our platform it's pretty complex. We've ran over 1 billion predictions at this point. It's in the cloud. It's not just a single machine learning model or even a single server. So it's a pretty complex system, and it's pretty reliable now. When you start to do machine learning at this type of scale, when you start to apply machines to it, what I really want you to see from this slide is, holy cow, you're starting to get you can get 15,000 bets in a single game once you start to open up everything that you can do, or 7,000 or 6,000. But it's creating this whole new category in the industry, and the scale is huge. You need machines to do it. You need techniques like ours that not only does things really, really fast, but uses game intelligence to do it. Kind of the progression as a company, as we built this from the time that I left HP, which was early 2019. We survived through COVID. We had our platform built by the end of 19, but we, like everybody else, we had a little bit of a slowdown thanks to COVID. But what it did was it gave us time to really consider the true market fit of what we had just developed, and we pivoted to a B2B model at that time. So let's put this algorithm and this software service out there, and we went in. We were selected into Comcast Sports Tech, their first cohort, and that's where we got so much encouragement and product market fit, and talking to teams and leagues and media. It led eventually to a trial on NBC where they said, you know what, this is pretty interesting. Let's toss these analytics up with a few games. So that's what you're seeing on the left. But we're not a huge fan of that graphic. I think honestly, fans were not a fan of that graphic taking up that huge amount of space. But you have to remember that was the very first predictive analytics that went on screen. I think ever, live predictive machine learning. And it was groundbreaking for us. That led to the following year, we partnered up with the MLB Network and Apple TV to put our content live with the feed that goes out every Friday night baseball. The picture on the bottom left, since I like the goofy selfies, I'm a fangirl for everything that's sports and tech, and that was in New Jersey and Secaucus, working with the MLB Network team as they put our content on air. And we built that relationship and started to build up the trust in our data and what it means. And that led to what we're doing today. We're working with the NBA through their Launchpad program to develop microbets for the NBA that are new and amazing. So that's the progression of InVenue. And what we do, here's a couple pictures of NBA Launchpad, things that were, you're getting kind of a sneak peek at some things, but the betting on the free throws, the reason I think this is really cool is because, I mentioned way back in 2018, Adam Silver saying, hey, wouldn't it be cool if people could bet on free throws? And we get to be a part of the technology solution that does that for the first time ever. So really, really proud and excited, and honestly, just incredibly blessed that this journey that I've gotten to go on. But now the accuracy part. So with the scale and the speed established, and that was not a small feat. With that covered and people see what we can do, now the top question for us is, how good is your accuracy and how good is your pricing? By the way, That's not the same thing. Accuracy has a very different meaning to many different people, and pricing is how we set the odds for something like a sports book, which is our goal, which is where the microbet will ultimately land. And so this is the top question that we get today. And because we're on TV and because we're out there, we get these questions a lot. But when people ask me and they say, Kelly, how is the accuracy of your product? I always ask back, what does that mean to you? Because and I mean this in all sincerity and not snarky in any way. Accuracy is completely in the eye of the beholder. What does it mean to you? When an investor asks me that, what they're trying to get out is, does your product work? Should we invest? Do you really know what you're doing? A fan has a completely different point of view. It's not less important. In fact, it's really important. That's why we designed this product in the first place. But a fan has perceptions and biases. Do I think it's true? Does it match with what I know? And this is arguing about stats, what we think will happen as fans. That's a sport all of its own. So we absolutely love that. Sports books, though, what kind of risk? Broadcasters, can I explain this? And there's certainly also biased people out there that use data in all kinds of ways. Like, I can find a way to make you to look inaccurate. So, we always want to understand who's asking and how can we help you understand that. So that's when we went back and we said, okay, how do we answer everybody? So we came up with our own definitions of how can we answer everybody? And it's a sweet spot of three things. Does it work? Does it track reality? And is it profitable? Like, is it even worthwhile to doing this? Why do we go to this effort of firing up 400 servers in the cloud with millions of data models if we can get it through something else? So that is, when we talk about regression, this is what we're trying to prove. We're not just trying to answer and provide we're 92% accurate or 99% accurate. We're trying to answer the question that says, can I make money? Is it believable? And does it work? Now, and I'm not going to read all of these bullets to you guys, but I'll ask you in predictive modeling, what is accuracy anyway? In fact, the very first time Abreu went up to bat for that NBC game I mentioned, I think we showed 3% chance that he was going to hit a home run, and it happened. I was like, what do we do with that? Were we wrong? I mean, it was 3%. I think the league average is somewhere around 2. It depends on where you're at in the season, but were we wrong? I mean, there still was a probability. It wasn't 0. Judge, like we would say 7% at some times. Sometimes it would pop up to 12. Sometimes it happened, sometimes it didn't happen. What do all of these things mean? So, if you also follow our numbers, you may see things go up when you think they're going to go down. So how do we answer this in the whole scheme of regression? It leads to questions like, well, how many data points should I use? If I grab, 5 data points from a game, like if you pull them from Apple TV, how can you say if the percentage is accurate or not? And so it's a really complex question, and we wanted a way to answer that to everybody. And by the way, we've been working on this quite literally for years, because what we've learned is in making the data science model, we had to overcome a lot of truths in sports, things like imbalances we're going to talk about in a minute. But it turns out that proving that your models work specifically for problems like sports and data science and predicting live events is often as complex as the data science itself. So we knew what we needed to answer, but the methods weren't quite there. There wasn't one easy thing to run. You can't just run an F1 score or a Breyer score and say, aha, this is what it is. By the way, if somebody asks you if you're accurate and you can say, well, my Breyer score is lower than another, but who's that other? There is nobody else that's doing it. So we knew we had to come up with a new method. So just like the technology, we had to go and forge the way. I grabbed this picture from the internet a couple of years ago because it's such a key example of what not to do when you're establishing accuracy, specifically in, I think, any area of data science, but really and truly in sports predictive modeling. Depending on how you look at the whole problem, you get a really different answer. So, if you look at all of our numbers across the whole season, if you were to look at just one game, it would say something different. Or if you were to look at one situation, like only 3-0 counts, it would show something different. But what's really important is we need to expand the points of view and make sure that we understand all of them. A lot of times when folks are doing regression and trying to study how effective their product is, they start forgetting the main purpose of why they're even asking it. And then it starts to turn into numbers that you have a really hard time turning into, why does this matter to the sports book? For example, how can I take a Breyer score and communicate that as a number into the sports book? It's quite difficult. We found the way, but you've got to remember the main purpose. We can get really mathy really fast, and I love it. I think you guys probably love it too, but you've got to consider that end application and be really careful about using the wrong tools, because not everything that's out there in data science is the right answer for your particular problem or my particular problem. So I could, at any given time, I could take out of this huge data set and I could give you all kinds of answers, but we have to be careful. They could be misleading, good or bad. They could be meaningless, and they could be powerless to making decisions. So I show this picture to my team every single week, I think. And someday I'll find the author of this and give him or her due credit. So I'm not going to read all of these words to you, but I will tell you that at InVenue, accuracy comes in at the beginning. Back at HP, when I was designing products that would go out into the millions and millions and millions manufacturing situations, if you didn't look at accuracy early on, you can't catch it at the end. So regression by itself does not catch or make your product good. You have to start in the beginning. So this is kind of our general process in the whole machine learning all the way out through regression. We start with some extreme sports smarts. I think 75% of the problem comes with knowing what you're doing. Maybe more, maybe 90%. I've always made, for a predictive analytics person to make up probabilities, maybe not so good, but truly understanding what inputs should even go into the model covers so much. Then when we get down to it, then we start to look early on at the predictions and say, does it even make sports sense? And we find sometimes that it doesn't. And we go back to the drawing board, and we do that over and over and over again until we have models that make sports sense. And then we start getting out into predictions and sanity checks. And once we have the sanity checks going, then we start getting relentless about running regression, month-long, game by game, per player, over the season, 2 seasons, 3 seasons, until we get to a point of where we're doing deep learning. So accuracy has to come at the beginning, and regression is a tool that we use once you're very happy with the way it's going. I'll also say, and this, think of the picture of the dog here. Think of the size of a regression. So I always choose MLB because that's my home sport. At InVenue, we do multiple sports. So the same thing I'm trying to show here, it covers every sport. Take a year of MLB predictions. By the way, that's anywhere from 7, let's say 750,000 predictions in a season. And just take the one thing that I'm predicting. I'm predicting, in this case, an at-bat outcome. Like we put out 18 classes or 18 outcomes that come out of our prediction. We have anywhere from 12 to 20 different situations. We look at 7 months, 30 weeks, over 2,000 games, 1,000 batters, 900 pitchers. And I hope what you're seeing now is this is a really, really big picture. And so a regression that maybe just focuses in on one thing, or maybe one game, or even, by the way, even looking at the whole season can sometimes give you weird answers. Too little data is a curse. But when you put a lot of data out there, you start to see the law of large numbers come into play, which means, in general, everything just starts to average out and meet, if you've done it right, starts to show what what actually happened if you've done it right. So we look at every situation and every piece of this, but in designing the regression, we know the scope and we make the plan of how to look at this huge problem. So I have to say that understand where the weaknesses are. You know, there is a lot of sports data, like 750,000 data points and pitches sounds really awesome. It sounds like what data scientists wouldn't love to have that much data. But the truth is, well, there's several truths about this. The first is when you start to break down the situations, in this case, I'm showing on the right plot, we've got all of the counts. So in general, out of this particular season, which was 722,000 pitches, the situation of the 3-0, that's about 1% of the time. That's not a lot of data. And when you start to spread that out and say, okay, how many times did the pitcher that I'm modeling and the batter that I'm modeling, how many times did they see the 3-0 count? And so you can imagine that what we thought was a lot of data is actually really small. We also have to understand that the name of the game is knowing where all those imbalances shift depending on the situation. So if you take the 3-0, you can see that on the plot to the left, how the reach, obviously, or a walk is really, really high, and things like a triple are almost never. So we're maniacal about understanding how this looks. By the way, how do you do that when you have not just 18 predictions and in this case 12 situations, but when you have multiple targets? And so that's another area where our expertise in compute and servers come into play, because we can write algorithms that do this for us and help us scope out regression at all times. Doing this manually and by hand is a real chore. The fourth point is general tools. Mostly they don't work for us. Predictive modeling is not the same thing as class modeling. So things like confusion matrices or lift plots or any of those rely on labeling the outcome and deciding what is a yes and what is a no. So if I said a triple, well, actually, let's take something that's a little bit more common, maybe a single. A single, really the league average can often be anywhere from 15 to 20% as probability, depending. That's never going to be more than 50%. So you're always going to say, if you mark your class labeling as 50%, it's hardly ever going to show up. And so you're guaranteed to always have some type of I'm wrong. It can also make you look really, really good, like on the triple case. So we have to be really aware that a lot of the tools that rely on class modeling don't work for our story. Furthermore, those methods fall apart with those data imbalances. You can get really far, but then you need to do special things. And pretty soon you're winding out, you're ending up doing things in your regression that gets more sophisticated on trying to improve your regression tools instead of answering those questions that you were trying to way back when. So now I'll tell you, I'll start to tell you how we do things. And I'll try not to bore you too much as we go on, but we came down to, does the behavior match? Does it capture unique situations? How does the mean prediction compare to actual results? And then we look at our calibrations. We do that for every game, player, team, over seasons, for every class and for every situation. And as a result, we get these, we get the ability to have really high confidence in understanding the odds that we're setting. We know what is wonky, what is, we know things that are not as tight tolerance, just purely because sports can be wild. And we know where we're really, really good. And out of that, we're able to show our clients and our customers some really, really good results. And just kind of to give you a little snapshot, some of the sports sense that we look at is looking at, does the behavior follow what it should behave, what it should be doing in the sport. We look at heat maps to find the weak points. And like I said, we maniacally look at calibrations to see. Calibration is my favorite regression technique, by the way, because it really maps to what sports books are asking, by the way. So if, let me give you an example. we made a million predictions last year, and let's say how many times did I predict that this outcome was going to happen 20% of the time. So if our predictions for 20% of the time, say it was 100,000, out of those 100,000, did that thing occur 20% of the time? If so, it lands smack on that dotted line that you see on the right, that we like to call the line of perfection, but it's really the calibration line, or the perfect calibration line. And out of that, you can start to build an understanding. Where do you meet what you say? And this is actually what's very powerful for sports books. I mentioned early, and some of the criticism that we get is from some of the work that we've put on TV is, hey, your numbers don't follow what should happen in the sport. Like that's one of the key arguments. And when somebody gets a strike, it should the odds of an out should always go up. And that's absolutely true. And we actually observe that. And that's one of the pieces that's within our Sports Smart early in our regression. And it is always true that on the whole, when a strike happens, we know what should happen. And it always, the odds of an out, or the odds of a strikeout in this case, always go up. But what's really, really exciting is the variance per player and what the machine learning can pick out for different players. So we'll find some cases where a player can be above or below the league average pretty significantly, and maybe he has more variance in one count versus the other. And we like to call this finding the thumbprints of behavior. And so, yes, we do follow league averages, but we're also not afraid to really dive in and understand how different players respond to different situations. And that's, quite honestly, that's the beauty of machine learning. And kind of back to where I was at when I created this algorithm. One of the frustrations I had out of all of those games that I went to was, there's 42 stats, at any given time, and then you need to go into the splits, and it's such a natural problem for a machine to take apart. And by the way, when we do take it apart, we do find that the data backs up what we say just about every time, and it's a lot of fun. We call that internally our anatomy of a play, and it's one of our favorite things that we do. This little series of plots is just kind of just an explanation of how we start to train our models and start to take what might be a choppy response on the far left and start to improve over time as we build up better learning, basically, from what we're seeing. So again, for 95% of the data on the plot to the far left, we were within a really nice tight range, but it just gets better and better over time and starts to follow that calibration. And this is the fun part. There's an endless opportunity to improve and publish and really come up with great solutions. So I've gone pretty fast through all of this. Rachel, I'm not sure where we're at on time, but I'll be able to wrap up in just a few minutes. I'll tell you that the way to do regression in this world, in this space, is looking at everything and coming up with a way in order to do everything and be relentless about it. Sometimes we find brilliant things, and sometimes we find areas where, this wasn't so good. And by the way, that's not a failure, that's knowledge, and that's incredibly powerful. And we do this for everything that we put out there. So this is I think this is our shining calling card when it comes to the technology that we've created. So kind of in summary about the techniques, it works because of the subject matter expertise. Again, unrelentless on that. It works because we know the whys and the accuracy. So instead of providing just a score that has no scale or metric or understanding, we're able to turn our numbers, our regression results, we're able to say, this is how we will make more money with our partners in the sportsbook space. We can literally turn it into a KPI, and that's a big deal. But you have to understand the why first. The never stop, the unceasing diligence is important. And I will always come back and tell you that in the world of predictive analytics and the world of sports, you've got to know when sports is sports. we want the crazy results. I loved that Abreu hit that home run. The time he hit the home run, he wasn't doing so great, and then bam, he knocked it out of the park. That's why we watch sports, and I look at the numbers and say, man, I just saw something great. But we've got to know that. We've got to know how to maximize profits, maximize explanations, help our broadcast friends explain it. And so there's a lot that follows this, and I'm just so excited about this space. I will tell you, this is kind of my personal takeaways. This is the best job ever. I mean, for somebody who grew up loving sports, living and breathing, and getting to do this day in and day out, there's nothing better. But it's also the most difficult job ever. Raising money in this space, raising money as a female founder can be really difficult. Y'all have heard the stories, and it's true. We've had every type of response that you could even possibly imagine. From Kelly, do you know that software is hard? I had somebody on a podcast ask me who taught me baseball. There's just all those natural things that, not wanting to focus on the negative. I'll just tell you that it can be really difficult. And to make it even more so, we're challenging the way things have always been done. One of the feedback tweets from Twitter's crazy. I know you guys know that, but once you put your product out where people can see it, you get some really interesting comments. One of them was, I think this one was geared at Apple TV. It's like, why are you changing the broadcast? It hasn't changed for me in 40 years. And we're like, that's crazy. That's crazy that broadcast hasn't changed in 40 years in sports. But people love sports, and it's really personal to them. And so by challenging the way things have always been done, it adds an extra level of complexity to being the CEO of a company that's doing that. And wow, we are creating that new category. I mean, the one Adam Silver spoke of in 2018, the one that we were already doing organically as a fan, but now we're doing it digitally and socially and trying to build trust in the space. It's a crazy, crazy world. I wouldn't change it. I wanted problems and I wanted challenges, and I got them all in spades. But where we're at, where we're going, the tech was first. Showing the world that it's good is where we're at right now. And, my personal goal is to stay and succeed. So many of my colleagues, female colleagues that I began my career with, they left. They did not stay in the field with the challenges, and I don't blame them. There was a lot that's gone on, but my mission is to stay and to succeed and to show that it can be done, and speak the truth along the way, and hopefully encourage you all, as I'm really looking forward to get to knowing you so that you can help encourage me too. Seriously, I cannot thank you enough for taking the time to listen to me. I hope I'm on time, Rachel. I wasn't watching anything, so I'll hand it back over to you.
Awesome. Thank you, Kelly. That was great, and very happy to hear that you wore your Yankees jersey to that Yankee Astro game.
I thought you might.
Yes, so we do have quite a few questions, but unfortunately, I don't think we're going to have time for the Q&A as we need to jump to the next session. But I will share them after the event, and if you have responses to them, I can share them with the audience. There's a LinkedIn event, or we can just send them out to the audience calendar event there too. So we'll still get answers to some of those great questions. But thank you so much again, Kelly.
Oh, thank you guys. Bye.
Okay, awesome. So for our next session, we have two speakers, Casey Thayer and Yamar Yuxel from Zealous Analytics, which is a sports intelligence platform helping professional teams and their network compete and win championships. And they are also actively hiring for more women to fill their data science roles. So if you like what you hear on today's talk and you want to learn a little bit more about the company, definitely check out some of those open roles there. But please join me in welcoming them as they give a talk on agile infrastructure, building and deploying ML models for NBA teams.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Rachel. Can we see the screen okay?
It says loading for me. I think it's still like a black box for me.
Okay. Yammer, do you mind sharing? I think I'm having some
Yeah, let me
difficulties over here.
try. Okay, awesome. Okay, so sorry about the technical difficulties. Casey and I are going to talk a little bit more about the engineering side of things. We're going to talk about the infrastructure that we have in place at Zealous for building and deploying our models to our clients. So just a little bit about us to start. My name's Yammer. I've been at Zealous for a little under a year, and I'm a data scientist. And before this, I was a research fellow doing research in labor economics.
And I'm Casey. I've been at Zealous for about 1.5 years, and before Zealous was working in the biotech industry.
So first, a little bit of context about what we do at Zealous. We're really trying to build the industry-leading sports intelligence platform, and we have clients that range across a lot of sports. So we have clients in the MLB, the NBA, in European soccer leagues, international cricket, and more recently, the NHL and NFL. And we try to work closely with the R&D departments of our client teams to provide insights about player evaluations and team performance, and maybe some more like long-term data solutions that the in-house teams don't have the resources to do. So we're coming to you specifically from the basketball group. So at the basketball group, we are taking these play-by-play and frame-level tracking data to deliver models that can evaluate players and predict things like possessions, shot, and matchup outcomes. And our group is made up of 3 engineers, including Casey, 5 data scientists, including me, and we also have 2 product scientists. But also within Zealous, we have a lot of collaboration across sports because we share a lot of our infrastructure and our code.
So today our talk is going to be focused around how our engineering team and data science team work together to deploy and develop our models quickly and efficiently at scale for our MBA partners. So typically engineering teams and data science teams, they can often run into a couple of different roadblocks when trying to develop and deploy models. So the first just being in the process of bringing on a new model or trying to iterate on the existing models. There can be friction, especially with if there are unclear roles and responsibilities. There can be a good amount of overlap in the work that the engineers do and the data scientists do. So it can be difficult to know who's working on what. And that can tend to lead towards a lot of redundant code. So either just, copying a lot of code that you would need to apply between 2 models, or just, data science and data scientists and engineers working on the same thing and developing the same type of code. So first, we're just going to take a quick step back and talk about what deploying a model is. So deploying a model is a lot like publishing a book. So when you're starting to write a book, you're either writing your manuscript on a sheet of paper or in your own personal Word document. And this is a lot like what locally trained models are when you're developing them on your laptop. It exists on your laptop and you can run it on your laptop. The next step in publishing the book is making copies, getting the books bound. At this point, you could have a couple copies of your books that you can share with your friends. They can take your book home, read it, and it's the same as the book that you gave to one friend as it is to the other. So this is representative of how we use Docker to package our models. So we use Docker to package everything that's needed to run the model to the point where I can send the model to Yammer and she can run the model on her computer, similar to handing out books to your friends. And then finally, getting your book into the bookstore. At that point, anyone can read it across the world or the country. And this is very similar to deploying the model into the cloud. So we basically are taking the packaged Dockerized model, putting it into the cloud, and with the appropriate permissions, anyone can access that packaged model. So that's kind of what we mean when we talk about deployment, productionalization. This is what we're talking about. So at Zealous, we use a number of different technologies to do this. Our main cloud service provider, we use Google Cloud Platform. We use Airflow for running and scheduling our tasks, and we'll touch on Airflow a bit more in a minute. I already mentioned Docker, but Docker and Kubernetes are two technologies that we use to run a lot of our applications and our models in the Google Cloud Platform. And then Python kind of ties all of these technologies together. So from the engineering side of things, we use Python to interact with each of these technologies and in an efficient way. So talking about Airflow first, Airflow is an open source platform that is used for creating and scheduling complex workflows. So one of the main benefits of Airflow is that you can define dependencies of different tasks to make sure certain tasks complete before the next ones start. So here in the left-hand picture here is an example of a DAG. So a DAG is just a defined workflow of certain tasks that you want to complete at a given time. So this example DAG is for creating a Hawaiian pizza. So the first thing that you need to do is prepare the crust and then apply the tomato sauce. So you can't apply the tomato sauce until you've prepared the crust, and that's built into this DAG here. Next, we have the toppings that we're going to add. And so in this case, we're adding all 4 toppings at the same time. It doesn't matter what order they go in, but we want them all to be added, and they have to be added before we bake the pizza. So this whole dependency of one thing needs to be done before the other can be defined within this DAG by writing a Python file. So on the right-hand side is just a little example of how this DAG would be created using Python. And so you can imagine that as you have more workflows, as you deploy more models, as you want to create more and more DAGs, the code can very quickly explode and just have a ton of Python files that have really similar structure, repeated code, things like that. So at Zealous, what we do is we use this paradigm that we call dynamic DAGs. So this essentially, we've built an application in Python to that's abstracted out everything that's needed to create these workflows and use YAML files for each of the models that we want to deploy. So that way we reduce the amount of code that we need to write for setting up a model DAG from like 100 lines of code per model down to this 30-line YAML file per model. That's a lot easier to follow. We can, put particular variables here that are easy to understand. So that way, if for some reason we need to update a model, we're not fishing through a bunch of these DAG files. We're able to just update what needs to be updated within the YAML file, a single point of contact there, and then we're able to reduce our code base by a significant amount. Now, about Docker, we talked about it a little bit in the book example, but Docker is really important too for how we kind of do some continuous deployment. So just briefly going to touch on some definitions. So an image is a package that contains everything you need to run an application. And then when that image is running in an isolated environment, it's referred to as a container. So whenever we're working on code, whether it's for an application or a model, and we push that code to GitHub, within the Google Cloud Platform, we build a Docker image that then gets pushed to our container registry. And the container registry is like the bookstore that we referenced before. Once the image is in the container registry, it can be pulled from anywhere, and we typically use Kubernetes pods to build and run our images. So this is kind of just an overview of part of our development process. And just to be clear, like everything that happens post pushing to GitHub happens within the Google Cloud Platform. So this allows us to go from local to the cloud very quickly and in an automated fashion. So the next piece we're going to talk about is our model engine. So our model engine is an application that we've built to abstract out a lot of the components needed to run individual models in the cloud. So the goal is basically to simplify the deployment of each of these models. We also handle the model versioning within this application. But essentially, we've templated our models to the point where we can facilitate the running of them by passing the appropriate arguments from the model engine to the individual models, and make that process as templated and seamless as possible. So one of the principles that we really focus on when writing the model engine code is don't repeat yourself. It's a common software engineering principle. And this has really allowed us to avoid a lot of repeated code. So we're not, copying and pasting code that allows us to deploy one model to another model. And that also helps us when we're making changes. We don't necessarily have to go deep into the weeds and change a bunch of places and have huge PRs just to make a minor update to a model. And again, we have multiple clients within the MBA space. So having this model engine framework really allows us to support them easily, bringing on clients and offloading clients makes it really easy in that sense. So we're just going to walk through how the model engine works for a basketball model. And so to start, we have our model DAG. So we know that each of these tasks in our DAG are going to be run according to the dependencies presented here. So we have the first step is the train model, and then we're going to have 4 different predict tasks happening at the same time. The one that we're going to focus on is the predict 2020 task. And so when that task is run in Kubernetes, a model engine pod is started, and in there the task will pass arguments to the model engine pod. The model engine pod will go to our container registry or our bookstore, grab our model engine image, and use those arguments to run the model engine application. The model engine pod has 2 main purposes. The first, like I mentioned, is versioning our models and updating any training versions. That updates our SQL database in the cloud. The second, and the biggest part, I guess, is the facilitating the passing of the model arguments into the model pod. So the model pod takes the arguments from the model engine And the model engine essentially makes sure that we're passing the right arguments into the right model. It'll also take our NBA play-by-play and tracking data. And at that point, a job is created within the model pod. And that job will be predict 2020. So we'll pass the model arguments needed to run that job. We have the data. That all runs within our model Docker container. So once that runs, we get our model outputs and they get loaded into our cloud infrastructure. So the next part I'm going to talk about is just how we split up these different portions of this whole process across the engineering team and the data science team. So the engineering team really focuses on developing the model engine, making sure that it's running smoothly with each of the models. We're not repeating or adding kind of ad hoc elements to it. We want to make sure that it's easy to add a model or update a model. Same thing with obviously managing the model version table. We also, of course, do a lot of work with the data to prepare it for modeling. And by engineering taking a large portion of this process, it really allows our data science team to focus on modeling, which is great. So they can really focus on what happens within that model pod, within that job, and not worry about all the extra stuff that needs to be done to deploy. And finally, the DAG portion is probably our most collaborative part of this whole process. There's a lot of back and forth in how we design these dependencies, update them. Do we need another task to do a particular process for a specific model? So that's probably our most shared code base. And so now I'm going to hand it back over to Yammer, and she's going to talk about how we develop the models within the model portion there.
Okay, thanks, Casey. I'm going to speed through this a little bit because I think Casey's portion of the talk is very much like the novel side, but I'm just going to go ahead and show you the data science side of things because the infrastructure that the engineers have built up makes the process from going from model development to model deployment for us very simple, so we can focus on modeling. So the first thing that we usually do as data scientists when creating a new model is to come up with a project design document. And this not only helps us kind of gather our thoughts about what data we'll need, what the model will look like, and what steps we'll need to validate the results. It also helps us communicate to our engineers some key deployment factors. So this includes things like, for the DAG, which models might be up or downstream of this model and the dependencies, what we want the final product to look like. So what is the table going to be? What are all the columns going to look like? And how often we might want to retrain this model. So will it be part of our incremental process, or does it not need as much as frequent retraining? The next step is really where the bulk of the data science work comes in developing the model. So essentially, we create a GitHub repository from a template. This is important because it makes it a lot easier to read and navigate code across models within the basketball group and also across sports, since we have a lot of similar models across sports as well. Then we do some local testing of the model on subsets of data, and we eventually migrate our code from a sandbox environment to more of a train, predict, validate framework. And we also want to clarify any model-specific arguments that might be required in the DAG that maybe don't apply to other models. Finally, once we want to test complete runs of the model, and obviously this is an iterative process, we would essentially build a Docker image in the development environment. This takes a snapshot of the container that our model is running in. And building a Docker image is made very easy for us in the development stage. Basically, it just involves tagging the latest commit in your feature branch where it's still in development. Once we've built a Docker image, we're ready to deploy it to a Kubernetes cluster. Kubernetes lets us train our models on larger samples of data while it's still in the development stage. And when we deploy to a Kubernetes job, a pod is created, it runs the image that we built inside the container, and if the job runs successfully, we can inspect the results of our model. Also, very importantly, we can look at the memory usage of our model from Kubernetes, which will be important when we go to deploy our model to know how much memory we want to allot to the stack. So as we're moving from development to deployment of a model, we're going through these 3 environments. First is the development environment. This is really what we've talked about so far. We're still in our feature branch. We're not ready to merge into main, but we want to do continuous testing in the development environment. Once we have a model in place where we're comfortable to submit a pull request and merge that into main, then we move to a stage environment. This environment really mimics production, and a build is triggered here whenever a PR is merged into main. And finally, production is the final environment. This is where any models deployed here, the results of that is actually going to go out to our clients. So we have a model that we've developed and we want to deploy it. The first thing that we would do is to add a model DAG. Like Casey said, the way that we build a model DAG is just to create a YAML configuration file in this separate GitHub repository. And in that configuration file, we just include some of the arguments that will be important, like the memory allotted. We have an idea of this from the Kubernetes jobs, any model specific arguments, and how many seasons we want to train this model on. Once we have this model DAG up, we can do DAG run in dev. So the first thing to do is just to tag the latest commit, to deploy a build in the development environment, trigger a DAG run in dev, and just inspect those results. This is obviously iterative again. We might not be happy with the validation we see. We might want to, tag a later commit and do this all again. But once our model is in a good place, we submit a pull request in the model repository. This gets approved, and once that's merged, this deploys a build in the stage environment. Once that DAG run is triggered in the stage environment, this is where we do our final testing, final validation, and hopefully our model is ready to be deployed to our clients. So Casey had talked a little bit about these problem statements at the beginning. So we've gone over some of our solutions. So once we've worked really hard to develop a really great product for our clients, we definitely don't want the bulk of the work to be the deployment of that product. We want that to be fairly seamless. And so we have the abstraction of our model objects and arguments in this model engine framework, which really reduces the work that we need to do to deploy the models. We also see a lot of blurry lines between the roles of engineers and data scientists in our industry. But at Zealous, we have really distinct GitHub repositories and modular processes to create a more clear division of labor, where both engineers and data scientists can, have the greatest impact based on their skill set. And finally, the dynamic DAGs that Casey talked about has really reduced the redundant code that we see in our field. We're very proud to say the infrastructure that we have has had a lot of great impacts, like even within our company. So the basketball group alone is able to generate more than 30 million rows of results with 7 different models, and we can deploy these models and any changes fairly seamlessly. Also, with the dynamic DAGs that originated in the basketball group with Casey and the other basketball engineers, our baseball group is actually able to eliminate nearly 50,000 lines of code. And that's just a testament to how the sports agnostic nature of our infrastructure at Zealous can really allow all Zealous engineers across sports to collaborate, and it really improves the processes for our entire company. Okay, I think we're a little bit over time, but thank you all so much for listening.
Awesome. Thank you both so much. I really love the analogy of building and deploying models to writing a book, because I think that it really kind of like allows people outside of the data science or machine learning engineer roles to kind of just have that mental framework for that. So I really love that analogy. We do have one question here. So the question is, at Zealous, do you leverage models across your different partner organizations, or are all the models very league and partner specific?
I can speak to that a little bit. So the groups are fairly separate, but a lot of the models are very similar. So for example, right now, we might have in basketball, we have weekly meetings about our player evaluations model, but because the hockey group is just now being built out, they will join in on the meetings to see how they can adapt the basketball version of that model to hockey. So, both kind of.
Awesome. Well, okay. Thank you both so much. We will now be jumping to our first panel session, which will begin at 1:10 p.m. Eastern. So we'll take a little 5-minute break here between the sessions as we get ready to hear from these panelists. But thank you both, Yamar and Casey, so much. That was a great presentation. Okay, everyone, we are back. So for our first panel session, we have Julianne Ferguson, who's a data analyst at the Atlanta Hawks, Zubia Mansur, a senior ML scientist at Lululemon, Sydney Sarachek, Director of Stats Technology at the NBA, and Angelina Yang, who's the head of data at Underdog Fantasy. And this panel will be moderated by Buzzr's very own Zoe.
Great, thanks, Rachel. Hi, all. I'm so excited to kick off our first panel today for the Women in Data Science event hosted by Buzzer. It has been such a pleasure to have already heard from such incredible and successful women speaking today, especially due to the fact that women hold much fewer positions in both the data and sports industries. Acknowledging that fact, I'd love to start by asking our panelists about what they've noticed with regards to gender inequities throughout their careers in data and sports. Tabia, I'd love to start with you and understand if you have faced any challenges because of the lack of additional women in similar positions like yours.
Sorry, was that for me, Zoe?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So I would say technically, I guess I do work for Lululemon, and we're like a premium athletic sports apparel company. So maybe not directly related to sports, but I guess a subsidiary of sports. I can speak to experiences that I've had or like witnessed. So like I did my master's in statistics from Simon Fraser University, and SFU has a really big sports analytics presence. And again, from what I noticed at that time, maybe it's different now, and I think it was very predominantly a male subset. And I wasn't doing my research in that, but I can only imagine if I were, it feels like very hard to fit in or have relatable topics. And also just like in my own experiences, when that is the case, I just feel like people have to be trained to like know how to speak a certain way or get used to having like women around. So I'll probably pass it to maybe like Julianne or Sydney, because I think or Angela even, they'll probably be able to speak to more sport specific experiences. But that was my thoughts on that.
Julie, do you have any thoughts? Go for it, Angelina.
Yes, sorry, Julie, do you want to go first? Go ahead.
No, you can go.
I just want to add to what Zubia said about, I don't know if it's being in sports really makes a difference. I feel in general in tech and in data and in engineer organizations, predominantly, male dominated. And also even in product organizations that I've worked with, there are a lot of, you're often feel like you're in a room with all men. And I feel that's kind of intimidating for women data scientists in the room. I think one of the big challenge was to speak up, while there are a lot of other people that you feel, and you don't feel, if you don't feel, even there's another woman in the room, it will make you feel a little bit better. I think that's an overall symptom that I'm seeing in the industry. Yeah, I'll give it to Julie.
Yeah, I mean, I would kind of echo what you've both said. I feel like I previously was working in non-sports industry prior to coming to the Hawks. But it was also a technical role, and I definitely feel like there were less women in general in that technical role there, as well as currently where I'm at in sports. And I just feel like the main challenge is just like not having that immediate support, or just someone you could look up to who might be higher than you in that position that's also a woman. So just kind of not having that there is probably one of the challenges. But I've still been able to find great ways with support.
Totally. I'd love to throw it to Sydney. Sydney, have you found that like in your career, are there any effective tactics or strategies that have helped you find the success as one of the few women in the room, as our previous panelists were kind of explaining their challenges? Like any ways you found that's made it easier to elevate women's voices, or what have you done at the MBA or seen that has helped you succeed?
Yeah, definitely. And thanks again for having me today. I would say, I think that one thing is, as others said, just speaking up, right? So oftentimes as like the only woman in the room, we're in our own heads. And even I was in a meeting the other day, and it was sort of one of the rare meetings where there was like another woman in the room, and there was a senior woman, and she started, and I thought she did an awesome job sort of with the introduction and setting everything up for the meeting for, senior leadership. And after she asked, how do I think it went? And she wasn't like, sure. And I said, like, you did great. And I think it's just like, oftentimes sometimes our own worst enemies, that we overthink things when there are men that overthink things too. But oftentimes I think that's more common amongst women. And so just overthinking, should I speak up? Was that dumb? Right? Your male counterpart is probably not having the same thoughts or beating himself up after a meeting. So just having the courage to speak up in a meeting and share your opinion, and know that you're in the room because your skill set is valued and you're wanted there, is very useful. Because I think sometimes we doubt whether we should be in the room, or whether, we're just kind of maybe a pity invite. Sometimes even in my own head, I'm like, I don't know enough about basketball analytics. There's more basketball experts here. I shouldn't be here. And then as a result, I might not necessarily speak up, right? And so just know, like, you're in the room because you deserve to be in the room. That's why you're in the meeting. If not, you wouldn't be in the meeting. And so given that you're there, make the most of it, because if not, like, everyone else is doing that.
Totally. Thanks for that. Angelina, as a leader, as the head of data at Underdog Fantasy, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, thanks. I'm feeling, it's not just being woman, the only woman in the room, and being the woman in the room, being the only woman in the room, but also being probably in the area of data science or engineer, that we're probably tend to be more of the introverted bunch compared with, maybe the PM domain. So I think to overcome that, one of the things I think Sydney mentioned is stop giving yourself qualifiers. And a lot of times it's just happening in your head, like thinking of, I don't know about this, or thinking like, or when you even start talking, the first thing you're saying that it can be like, I can only do this, or I can do it, but, or if you're saying like, well, I guess I'm good at this, or if you have those kind of things going through in your mind, that can stop you from talking. And also when you're communicating actually out loud, if you're saying things like that, kind of discounted what you have to say. So I think I do think it's a big barrier for a lot of us. And one way to think about is be conscious about that you're using it, you're thinking about it, and you're not alone. A lot of women are like you, and pushing yourself to that not so comfortable zone by eliminating that consciously. I think it's a good step forward. And you can always practice with other women leaders or your friends, like, what if I present it this way? How do you feel? Things like that can help. I'm willing to help.
Yeah, and I can just like add on to like all of those lovely points. I would say, like, for me, I would say I'm fairly like new to like my career space, but I followed some tactics or strategies that I felt like had me go from like a junior to like a mid-senior, now a senior like trajectory. And I felt like what I did was I just was a little unconventional in some cases. And there's this really good book that I would recommend. It's by Tina Sealing, and it's like what I wish I knew in my 20s. And you don't have to be in your 20s to read that. You can read that whatever age you're at. But it just teaches you to be like super entrepreneurial and like try and be unconventional to stand out, be unapologetic, like Sydney said, Angelina said, and advocate for yourself. I also remember like attending this session for another WITS conference. It was like an I Am Remarkable session. And a lot of the times women feel like when they advocate for themselves, it kind of sounds weird and that they're bragging, but they kept repeating the line that it's not bragging if it's based on facts, which is true. You're just talking about the things you accomplished and achieved. And something for me, like I said, I would say I'm like fairly new in my career. I like having met various different types of mentors. So I would have like a technical mentor, I have like a business mentor, and it doesn't always have to be like super official. I know if you go and ask someone, like if someone asks me, will you be my mentor? It feels like I'm committing a lot of time to it. So it can be like something that's very formal and fluid. And I like to think of them as my secret mentors. Like they don't know they're my mentors, but I know I'm learning a lot from them by just asking questions like every month or two. So I think that helps me quite a bit. And then also, like you talked about, like, raising like different women's voices. I think sometimes we really have to like go deep down and look at our own deep-seated habits and like also correct like other people. So for me, like I think I had this habit of like if a meeting time didn't work for me, I would just say like, oh, can we like reschedule this? But if this doesn't work for you, I'll move everything in my life around to make it work for you. And so that's just something I've had to like literally backspace and be like, if it doesn't work for the other person, they will tell me so. And so just recognizing that for yourself and also for like any other woman that does it, I think it really helps a lot.
Totally. I love your point about mentorship, and I wanted to hear maybe from Julie at the Atlanta Hawks, like how have you found mentors to be helpful, whether they're women or men, whether they're in your current job or in a previous job, a future job? Just would love to hear about mentorship.
Yeah, definitely. Like I mentioned earlier, I haven't really had the opportunity where I've had a lot of women in my department at like higher levels than myself, both at my current job and my previous jobs. But I have had really great male coworkers and that are great allies for everything. And they have helped me seek out other women that might not necessarily be like in my department, my technical role, but they are in the sports industry so that I can kind of get experience and understand how their experience has been working as a woman in the sports industry. And that's been really pivotal to me. But also not only that, but just like that allyship from my male coworkers that understand that it can be a slightly different experience when you're a woman in a technical field or the sports industry, and just them being open to understanding that, and also still just me being able to learn from them mentor wise. Like I feel like I'm probably the same way. I probably have a few mentors that don't even realize they're my mentors, and it's just a matter of I ask them and questions and learn from them and kind of craft how I go about my day-to-day and business work based off of what I've learned from them.
Fantastic. I'd love to ask the group now, when we think about this as a collective group of women in data and sports, like how do we push women further in these male dominated industries and roles? And like, is there anything we could be doing earlier, right? We're in these roles now and we're seeking out these mentors now and looking to the future. But when we look at, younger women in college or in high school, how do we show them that these are paths that they can also be taking, even though they're not, maybe seeing as many women in these roles? So I'd love to throw the ball over to Sydney and hear what she thinks about this, being at the NBA right now and with her previous experience as well.
Yeah, no, definitely. Thanks, Zoe. And I think for me, this is something I'm really passionate about because I work sort of in basketball analytics and specifically sort of with our player tracking data set. So where the players are on the court throughout the game and creating new metrics from that. And it's really hard to sort of develop a pipeline, right, of women who even know about this data, have worked with this data. Oftentimes I say like, we sort of look for maybe GPS, people who have experience with like GPS or geolocation type of data as a skill set that's similar. But, when there's, let's say, a ton of male applicants who might, have had experience working with this data set or are really familiar with it and know, excited to sort of like, let's say, codify the principles of, various basketball actions into new metrics, that's a really hard skill set to just find and develop when you need let's say a senior engineer, right? So how can we sort of get women in college interested in just working with this data overall, because there's so many female fans, and especially even like there's a ton of female athletes who are computer science majors and probably don't know about the different career paths in sports per se. And so I think part of this is just having people maybe come speak to them or, see what's available in the field, see what their options are, given that when it's a super male dominated field and there's a lot of men sort of in their social circles, or a former friend who works at a team has this role, those roles and jobs are more widely available, let's say, to men. And I do think that a lot of women would be interested if they knew about them. And I would also say, I think part of some of the maybe like current challenges is that women often think like they need to be a basketball savant to apply to something, but you could actually just be someone who's really interested in learning and really passionate about the game and the technology side of things, but you don't have to have all of the basketball skill set on day one, right? I would say I learned a ton. If right now I saw the role that we're hiring for, I wouldn't apply for it because I probably wouldn't think I was qualified either. So I think just having conversations is really important.
I love that. Thanks, Sydney. And I'd love to hear from Angelina. I know that you are the head of data at Underdog Fantasy. You also are hiring for roles. How do you think about getting more women into these roles and making it easier for them to feel like they can apply and they can be in these roles as well?
Yeah, you're addressing a lot of different levels of audiences, people in, women in data, women, at a younger in their career, or they're just breaking out, they're just thinking about getting into data, things like that. So it's a broad audience that you're thinking of. And I think there are a lot of channels that we can address this. First, like things like this, it's kind of like a network and community that you're building around women in data science in sports, right? This is a really good venue to showcase like what people are doing. This is so that kind of demystify like is data science in sports different from data science in other areas. It's actually very transferable, right? If you had skills in data science, you probably can do the same in sports. In my job postings, I usually emphasize the data piece, and my area is slightly different from Cinnis because we're kind of like a sports gaming company. We don't look at we do look at the sports stats, but it's not what's driving us. We're more like a consumer app type of company. So in that sense, all the skill sets and experience around consumer apps and also in data are all transferable. So by emphasizing the data piece can attract a lot more people who don't really understand sports as much. So that's one way of it. But the deep down, I really think this is not just data science in sports. It's data science in general, or in technology, in engineer org. I think we're seeing this is kind of a ubiquitous trend. So having those opportunities available and attracting women who are passionate about data, that's really important for me and for my team. And if not having the sports knowledge is usually, in the interview, I will tell them that's okay, you can learn it on the job and things like that. So and another thing is having a broader scale of networks for women, and just broadcasting this idea of that there's plenty of opportunities in data science and also in this industry, the sports industry as well. I personally, I write a AI career blog myself. I'm trying to help people to break in the field if they want to. And I also have like a 15 minutes free consulting to whoever who's interested in doing, finding jobs, progressing in your career. So it's kind of like a passion for myself to help, younger women, especially, in college, if you're just graduating, to find something that you like.
Great. Thanks so much for that, Angelina. And it's awesome that we obviously are creating this network today and creating these opportunities, the ability, you sharing on your blog and the consulting. That's awesome work that we love to see leaders in data science, leaders in sports lean in and, really make it so that we can level the playing field and have more of us. So I'd love to hear from Zubia, shifting topics, but staying a little bit in the same realm. We've talked a lot about less women in these roles, what we can do to push women forward. Really, how have you found diversity, equity, and inclusion to be important to your ability to be comfortable in your role at work. You're working as an ML scientist at Lululemon. You did mention it is, predominantly a sports apparel fashion company, but it's still within this realm of data and sports. Would just love to hear about your thoughts on DE&I and how that's affected you at work.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's a really good question. And again, I feel like Lululemon does a really good job of like holding itself to its idea principles. Like we have a women in STEM group where like women in STEM meet. We have a council where it doesn't have to be like a diversity officer, but it can be anyone like me. And I'm trying to be a part of that council as well, where you can actually see what the data looks like, make certain decisions to influence how can you include more diversity. And the fact that anyone can get a chance to do that is like amazing. We also have like certain sessions where we can actually talk directly to our CEO and senior leadership and bring up topics if it's like something we notice or something that we need. So in those sense, it's very like nicely set up. And like, I feel like every organization should have that. But I think more like on a grassroots level, like for me, whenever I see like inclusion or diversity, which means like seeing someone like me, leadership, high position, it kind of makes me feel relieved because I'm just like, okay, I can visualize myself there as well. Like a precedent has been set and it's not just like one specific demographic there and I can never make it. So I think for me, it's like super relieving. And I think something that Julie mentioned like earlier, like inclusion can be like anything that your team decides to be. Like it doesn't always have to be like it shouldn't be like a full women team of color, and that's for me is the definition of inclusion. I have some really good male allies that are super open to listening to my experiences because I'm an Indian Muslim woman immigrant and I have very different experiences from my director who is a white man living in Canada. And sometimes I just tell him like, yeah, I couldn't like get enough sleep last night because like my parents called me at 3 a.m. So I was on call. And he's like, I've never had that problem because my parents live like 5 miles away from me. So it's like little things like this, which isn't like a big deal, but for them to know that, oh, like this is something I deal with on a daily basis as an immigrant, as a woman, as someone who's brown, someone who's Muslim, I think they're always like open to hearing those experiences. And I think it does help them know that it's not everyone is always on the same level when it comes to opportunities, experiences, and even just like going through your day-to-day life. It can be like really hard for like certain communities. So for me, that's really like helped me like speaking up more about my experiences, because that helps like other women or women of color who are kind of shy to speak about their experiences. If they see someone else doing that super openly, I think it helps them come out as well.
Thank you for that. I love it. Julie, I would love to hear kind of like building off of what Zubia was sharing about sharing her experiences, like showing who she is at work to like gain that empathy and find those allies. I'd love to hear if you have any examples of this, of like bringing yourself to work and being comfortable as yourself at work.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'd say for me, it's just a matter of like, I think we've kind of talked before, sometimes a lot of people in like the data science technical roles might tend to be a little more introverted, and that's definitely me. But kind of working on like being confident enough to just go in, bring myself to work just as I am, not, even if that just means wearing a bright pink shirt or something and make it something that might not feel traditionally super businessy, just something that makes you feel comfortable. And I feel like just being my authentic self in every conversation I have with a person, it automatically, kind of how we were saying, it can help people feel included and comfortable themselves when everybody's coming to work and just being true to who they are and not worrying about anything else and just showing their full personality. So I feel like I've been lucky enough that in all of my previous roles, I've had really accepting and inclusive teams where every single person brings their true self to work. And it makes for a really inclusive environment.
Sydney, I'm curious what you think about this as well. I know you've been at the MBA a number of years, and I'd love to understand, like, was there a point where you started to feel more comfortable? Was there a point where you could, bringing yourself more to work, was there ever a point of imposter syndrome or anything on that, kind of building off of what Julie was saying, where she's had these inclusive teams, she's found this ability? Would love to just hear your thoughts here.
Yeah, it's funny because when I started at the NBA, I remember I used to always, in previous, let's say, internships or roles, like wear a dresses to work. Sometimes you wear like pants because the office is freezing, but a lot of times, like I would wear a dress to work, especially in the summer. And I remember when I started at the NBA, I never wore a dress or a skirt or anything, just because my team was all men, and I sort of felt like out of place, or that I was trying too hard. And if the dress code is casual, and some people are, especially in the summer, wearing a t-shirt and jeans in one of our offices, I didn't want to be the person who's trying too hard and what is she doing. And then I just got so in my head about that if I ever wore a dress, I always felt like, oh, it will look like I'm really trying too hard, because now it's sort of one day a year. So I do think like there is an element of that. And even still, something, if I have a big meeting and I wear a dress, I'm in my head that people will think, oh, well, it's just because she's trying too hard, she cares too much. But then you think about it, like a man comes in and is wearing a suit and a tie when he usually isn't, right? So it's the same type of thing. I think that's just like maybe a very surface level example, but in general, I do think probably for the first 2 months of my job, I remember sort of looking up like NBA, like advanced different stats terms that I didn't necessarily know, instead of just asking, and almost sometimes like reading Reddit threads with fans so that I could feel like I belong more. But I think that, diversity of thought and opinion is really important in a team. So the fact that maybe I wasn't the fan on Reddit who knew every single stat is actually something valuable, because I can help connect with some of our average fans, and how can we sort of create new insights and products for those fans. And that's something that my team works on. So I think just being comfortable that you were hired for your skill set, and that's valuable, and you don't have to conform to the rest of the team. And that's hard oftentimes when you join a team where you feel like you're the odd one out. But at the same time, being confident and not thinking that, if you do something like that you wear or that you say will cause others to judge you. And if it does, like there's, a ton of awesome jobs in data, in tech, and in sports that you might have more sort of like you might enjoy more, and maybe it's not the right place. So almost getting over that fear sooner rather than later is something that I probably wish I had done. But in retrospect, it does seem silly that I was focused on all these minor things.
Totally. I loved what you said about diversity of thought, and like how that's very important. And it makes me think also, being on these data science and ML teams, you're building a lot of models, you're taking in a lot of data, like there's a diversity of thought and like diversity of data that matters as you build products. And so I'd love to hear from Angelina, as like the head of data at Underdog Fantasy, how you think about diversity of thought, diversity of data.
Yeah, by the way, I do want to mention that I also thought about like, should I wear a dress or should I not wear a dress? When I go to a meeting, like offsite, when we're meeting in a real room and with people in person, should I just wear a t-shirt and jeans so that I can feel like I fit in maybe with all the men that anticipating that's what they're gonna wear. So yeah, I definitely feel that struggle as well. But I feel I'm more comfortable today than before, and partially, I think imposter syndrome often happens when you're new to a team and feel like, I don't know how people operate here. I don't know the culture. And starting at the moment that I feel like I get the culture here, then I feel more comfortable. And I'm going to advocate for Underdog Fantasy. I think we have a really, really good culture here that make everybody, whether you're a sports fan, you're not sports fan, whether you're a woman, you're a man, whether you have kids, no kids, you're, seasoned professional, or you're just graduated, everybody, I sense that people feel you're included. And I think that's really, really important. And, for data engineer teams, absolutely. I think one of the things for not having diversity on the team is the possibility that it will narrow the way or the team will think about problems, and can introduce potential buyers towards working on something versus others. It also probably prevents you from hiring more diverse talents as well. Like there are preferences over like TensorFlow or PyTorch. It's like whole two different, debate on that. And if let's say if the first hires are doing, all TensorFlow, and they have strong preference over TensorFlow, and they're going to be avoiding like hiring people who are more, interested in using PyTorch. So those are the things that we have to be, as a leader on the team, I want to be more conscious about. And I want people to have an open mind when, making these choices at every level. So whether it's men and women or tooling, whatever we use, we want to stay flexible and agile in, solving product problems, as Sydney said, solving our users' pain points rather than, putting our ego there in making something happen. So I think the team works best when we have different opinions and we are each other's sounding board. We can bounce ideas, and you will never feel dismissed, right, when you voice your opinion. And that's when, I'm seeing the real thrive on the team, because I've seen a case around my team where two different data architects, they kind of have different opinion, one of them, if you have open mind, then you will be more welcoming instead of saying no right away, that just your proposal is not going to work. But if you really take the time to look into the solution that the other person is proposing, and you identify the valuable points that can actually work or be valuable for the problem space, and perhaps a discussion of how to make it work is more valuable than saying that, debating whether this is completely a failure or not. So I'm seeing more success from that by having people more open-minded, and being more open-minded comes from diversity.
Thank you so much, Angelina, for that. I have like one more topic that I wanted to get this group's thoughts on. It's a little bit of a fun one, but we've been talking a lot about like data sets and the diversity of it, and how important these models you guys are working with. Sydney's working with like player tracking data. I'm really curious what you guys are thinking. I think it's an exciting time in the world with all these advancements in AI and ML. And I think like how this can change the work that each of you are doing at your companies. Like what are you most excited for upcoming based on the advancements that are currently happening? Zubia, I'd love to start with you as an ML scientist at Lululemon. What's getting you excited right now?
Yeah, it's like super exciting and super scary at the same time. Exciting because I feel like it's making people way more accepting of AI. Like my parents use ChatGPT for like fun, and these are the people who still FaceTime me with like their foreheads like zoomed in, right? So the fact that they're being so accepting of like AI technology, that's a big win. And I think it shows up in like, your organization and workplace as well. Like AI is going to take my job. Like I think that mentality is starting to like go away a little more like, oh, it's meant to support your job and automate things. And so not speaking to like specific project, but like even like, working with like different designers where you can build like an AI product to support that creative process, not so much as like advertising as the final one, is something that really excites me. And then I would say like the other thing that is scary to me is more like we're an in-house machine learning team, and like with any in-house machine learning team, you get a problem statement and you work on it for like, you do your research, you build a model, you do everything from scratch, and usually take up like one thing of our own. but you could also very much directly go to like a vendor and get an out-of-box solution. So I feel like you're gonna have to start competing with more and more vendors if your organization starts opting that way. But that's fine. It's also like fun to do that. It's almost like a competition. And being in-house, you always have access to your data. You're always more flexible. So it's not really a problem. So I would say it's like more the good than the bad that I see coming from the whole proliferation of AI.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think there's like, I'm really excited about the potential just for like fan engagement, and then also in terms of like boosting productivity, right? Like there might be something, you know, I started as a sort of similarly like machine learning engineer, but if I wanted to do something to visualize the data, right? I'm not a front end engineer, and maybe using it, like using either sort of one of the models to help write code is very exciting, I think, from engineering. I also think, you know, I was in a meeting this week on it, and I heard someone sort of say like one of the most valuable assets is your data set as an organization. So sort of think like, what do we do best that no one else can do best, right? So sure, maybe other large language models will do something similar in terms of a general, be able to answer general questions. But let's say, like you said, with your data set at Lululemon, right? Your data set is not something others have access to, and how to sort of leverage that data to best serve your customers, I think is really exciting. And then I would also just say in terms of boosting productivity, right? Before, the barriers to entry might have, you know, were that you had to know TensorFlow or PyTorch, you know, all those things really, really well. That's a much higher barrier to entry, and maybe, you know, even building and fine tuning your own models. What needs to be fine tuned versus what out of the box can you leverage is really exciting, I think, because you could see results a lot sooner and share them with stakeholders. And one exciting thing, I think, especially with AI, is just like the ability to iterate while still introducing something that is, you know, with safeguards, I would say, because like you can introduce something, iterate really quickly. So that is something I love. And the last thing I would say with AI is just like, you know, we're in this women in data science panel, the importance of, you know, having women in the room, given that when you're either working on algorithms or even just like implementations of how the algorithms or how the various models you work on are surfaced, if it's internally for a dashboard or externally for some consumer product, if it's all men working on it, it's not always visibly apparent some of the, let's say, like decisions that were made that might not include certain data sets or might not be representative, or even maybe some hard rules that were programmed in. And so I think that, like, given how like prolific AI and all these algorithms are going to be, ensuring that like we're building it with diversity of thought and sort of like diverse engineers working on it is even more important. And that's not just women, that's, you know, different races, people with different opinions, different backgrounds, and all that.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Sydney and Tabia. Team, we are coming to the end of our panel. Want to get just one last thought. I think, Angelina, if you have anything to add to what Sydney and Zubia were just sharing, I'd love to hear your thoughts there before we wrap in the next few minutes.
Yeah, thanks. I unmuted myself. So there's I saw a paper by University of Pennsylvania. I can share the link about paper, and it's basically talking about the market impact of things like ChatGPT. Basically answering the question, are we going to lose our job? And there was a very scary number in the paper that it says like 80% of current Zoe, I saw your face changed. So like 80% of our the people, their jobs are going to be affected. But then if you read into the paper, it's really saying that 80% of the population, their jobs will be affected to some extent, and the majority is actually like less than 10%. So I think the idea is we might get affected, but less than 10% really means that, we're going to be enhanced. It's like, there will be more we can do, more we can achieve with the new era of AI, right? So I think we should embrace it rather than be afraid of it. I think we can take the time off and then be more efficient, be more productive if we're using more of the AI tools that's out there and blooming right now, and save the time to be more creative on our jobs and do things that we really enjoy. I think that's huge opportunity for data scientists and people here and people in the audience. So I am definitely 100% positive about it. But I'm also a very optimistic person by nature. So I'm seeing a lot of opportunities for different companies as well to adopt these new technologies. Our company, we're definitely looking into adopting a lot of the AI technologies to enhance customer experience and improve revenue, all that kind of things. So I'm seeing huge amount of change is going to happen in the next 1 or 2 years.
Thank you for that, Angelina. Thank you. Yes, totally. A good thing. It can enhance a lot of work. Very, very exciting what's happening now. So this concludes our first panel. I will hand it back over to Rachel to introduce our next keynote speaker. Thank you all.
Awesome. Thank you, Zoe. And thank you to all those amazing panelists. I think all of those conversations are conversations that we should be having more than just as part of this event, right? I think that they're important conversations to have pretty frequently with colleagues and coworkers, and just being able to hear everyone's kind of point of view and just what they've been through in their career and how we overcome it. So with that, I will introduce our next keynote speaker. So our next keynote features Anjali Midha, the CEO and co-founder of Diesel Labs, a content intelligence company that helps to answer some of the toughest questions facing the media industry today. She'll share Moneyball Today, evolving data for the news, sport, and media landscape. We'll also be starting the session at 1:55. Good. Okay, and we're back, everyone. So this next keynote, I am personally very excited about. We'll have Anjali Midha, the CEO and co-founder of Diesel Labs, which is a content intelligence company that helps to answer some of the toughest questions facing the media industry today. And her talk, Moneyball Today, will be around how we evolve data for the new sport and media landscape.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here real quick. Perfect. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. As mentioned, my name is Anjali. I'm the founder and CEO of Diesel Labs. I have a little bit of, I should say, a lot of technical history. And so I thought I would just start off by sharing that with everyone here. So previously, I was a part of a company called Bluefin Labs, which was a social TV analytics company that ultimately got acquired by Twitter. I spent a few years as a global managing director over at Twitter and then left to actually start Diesel Labs, which is a content intelligence company. And what we do is we produce data for the sports, media, and entertainment industry to provide them with insights and analytics related to pretty much everything audiences are thinking, feeling, and doing as it relates to all of the amazing content that is available to us as audience members. So one of the first things I wanted to kind of start with is just this question that I often get, which is, don't the streaming platforms and TV networks out there and, the leagues, frankly, don't they all have pretty perfect information on the content that they are making available to audiences? And the answer is, it's really no. They, of course, have fantastic information and there's a lot of it, but there's still so much missing in that picture. And that's kind of where my team comes in and what I wanted to talk to you all about today, which is the process of taking this massive amount of unstructured data from places like YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, Reddit, the list goes on, and turning that into structured and comprehensible insights for the folks who are in this industry and need to have that understanding. So really quickly, just as kind of a sneak preview, I thought I would share with you a little bit of what the data looks like underneath the hood here at Diesel. And then I wanted to talk to you a little bit about how we produce it and sort of the models and techniques that we use to actually bring this insight forward. So first and foremost, you can see this is actually some data from a TV show called House of the Dragon, which I'm sure many of you watched and enjoyed, as we did here at Diesel Labs. And you can see this is kind of a top line view of all the data that we're getting from these various platforms. Now, I know many of you out there are very technical, and you're probably looking at this list and saying, these are vastly different platforms. They all behave so differently. So what is it really like to actually go and fetch information from these places, or sometimes take the whole fire hose of information that might be coming from some of these places and actually get it all organized? So one of the ways in which we do that allows us to actually produce information like this, which is really the most valuable thing that I think a lot of our clients are seeking out there. And this is an understanding of, well, in our case for last year, we see that sports content actually made up about 1% of all of the new titles that were released or new episodes that were released in the year, but it made up almost 22% of all the engagement that we actually measure here at Diesel Labs. So again, just kind of bringing it back to this idea of data and analytics within sports itself, wanted to showcase how important sports is overall as a genre and as a category of content, which is, of course, an incredibly popular one amongst audiences. So one of the first things we do here to produce data like this, of course, is we set up our data strategy, which means we know we want to go to the places where audiences flock to, if that makes sense, to provide all of this kind of insight and reflection, if you will, on the content that they're watching. So that takes us to the platforms that I mentioned earlier, places like YouTube, Facebook, TikTok. And again, as I mentioned, these places are so different. So we actually come up with a data strategy within each platform. And then what we're able to do is actually cohere all of that within our data science models so that we can actually derive information like this that looks across the whole landscape. One of the questions I get asked a lot is, can your team figure out who it is, who is Anjali on Instagram and who is Anjali on Facebook and who is Anjali on TikTok, et cetera, et cetera. And that's actually a really expensive and kind of a difficult problem. We have sort of, done some back of the napkin calculations to figure out how that might be doable, but I'm sure you can all appreciate that sometimes people intentionally obfuscate what their handles or bios might be from one platform to the next, or they don't want to kind of be connected in that way. So what we end up doing is we actually look within each platform first to understand the landscape of content, the dynamics of audience reflection and reaction, engagement. And then what we'll do is we'll actually kind of put those the data from those platforms together in kind of a sandwich, if you will, to kind of bring it all together. Otherwise, of course, we have challenges with deduplicating at the user level and a number of other things that I'm sure everyone here can fully appreciate when you're using data as big as these sources. The other thing that becomes kind of tricky is that with every platform set up so differently, I often get asked, how do you guys make sure that the data is clean and coherent? And how do we make sure that we're using the best possible information? That in and of itself is another massive challenge. And I'm sure, you probably have all run into it also in your fields of study, which is it's sort of a garbage in, garbage out kind of situation. If we're not incredibly careful with the data that we bring in and the understanding, cleanliness, and kind of the application potential of that data, you can often have a mismatch between the data going into the models and then the data coming out of the models. So we sometimes actually start the process, and I'm speaking to you, I should have mentioned this at the top of the meeting, as an analyst, not a fully trained data scientist myself, but it's basically it's my role in collaboration with the data scientists to design the algorithms, the approaches that we use to make sure that on the other side of all of the great modeling work that happens, we can actually use these data points to drive the decisioning that is on the table. So what we'll do is we kind of start to answer that problem from the answer itself, and then kind of back into what steps do we need to take from a modeling perspective or a data cleanliness and preparation perspective to get that that particular piece answered. So in a case like this, which I have on the screen, as you can imagine, it requires us to not only know every single piece of content that's coming out in the United States, but having that understanding at a title level, having it all tagged cleanly by genre so that we can actually stack it in this particular way. Moving right along, and I did want to share some of the sneak preview of some work we did actually on Thursday Night Football, which, of course, with the move from linear or traditional television over to Amazon this year, for any of you football fans in the audience, I'm sure you guys are rolling your eyes because this is kind of old news. But with the move from the traditional television side to the Amazon side, there was a lot of attention being paid to how well is this content performing, and are we going to see an uptick in audience engagement, or are we going to actually see a decline? Because we know that for some folks, finding their way and navigating into Amazon to actually watch the content was perhaps not the easiest thing to do. So it turns out that in the early part of the season, we saw that audience attention engagement across all those platforms that I mentioned was in fact higher. But as the season went on, we saw that it actually fairly stabilized and pretty much was neck and neck in terms of what happened between this past football year and the year that came before in 2021. Likewise, we did a quick analysis to understand if engagement has anything to do with the actual score and the excitement of the game. So this is something which I thought in particular this audience would be very excited to hear, which is, we looked at the final score point differential, but then we also looked at the total score for football. So if it's a super high scoring game, does that actually make it more engaging? Or if the point spread is actually is further apart, does that make things more engaging? Turns out that the score actually played very little role in the actual engagement levels that we measured across all of the two football seasons that we measured. So another super interesting outcome, again, from the underlying data that we process, collect, curate, and then make available for these types of business decisions on the front end. I also wanted to share with you that, from our perspective here, we look at everything, and I'm constantly studying everything from niche independent films all the way to major sporting events. And as you can see, we have here, we can see that the sporting event is pretty much always the highest of all the events that we measure. So you can see the Super Bowl, you can see World Cup really kind of taking over in terms of their overall, in terms of the overall engagement levels that we measure. And again, keep in mind that this information is coming from massive, very unstructured data sources that we then, as I had kind of shared earlier, pull in and are able to kind of stack in a way that gives us this understanding. Going one step deeper, we can actually look at how the various streaming platforms in this case vie versus each other in terms of their overall engagement patterns. So here you can actually see that, for example, last year, Netflix, and this won't come as a surprise, I think, to anybody, pretty much had the highest share of voice. And so in this case, share of voice explains the total amount of conversation and engagement related to content on any given day relative to the 100% of engagement that we were measuring at the time. So Netflix, of course, in the leader of the pack, there's a couple things I want to point out to you. If you look at Peacock, which is the pink line, you'll notice that right around the middle of Q1, there's that kind of big spike where it actually takes over Netflix for a brief moment. This was due to the Olympics last year. So again, really recognizing how important sports content, sports data, and analytics are. And when you put it in conjunction with all of the rest of the entertainment content out there, you can see how it very quickly can spike above what we see in other places. Similarly, you see the big spike in HBO Max on the right side of the graph. This is actually due to House of the Dragon, which I'm sure we talked a little bit about it earlier, and I'm sure many of you watched it as well. That actually single-handedly, as you can see, took over Netflix. It's probably worth noting that Netflix on average puts out about 750 pieces of original content every year. And of course, HBO Max is significantly less than that. It's around 100 to 150. And yet their one show, because of sort of the institutional importance of Game of Thrones, of course, we can see that overtook. I did want to kind of tie this back to, now that you guys have seen a little bit of how the data comes together and what we can do with the data, to tie it back to the underlying models that we use to derive this information. So we talked a little bit about surgically pulling the data from the different platforms where we actually obtain this engagement information, cleaning it up and kind of getting it all prepared. But then, of course, from a data science perspective, all of this goes into a massive affinity matrix, which we can then use to also derive insights around people who are doing thing X are also doing thing Y. Now, affinity models are nothing terribly new. I know people have been using them for many, many years now, and they're quite common in many practices, I would say. In our case, we, of course, customize the models to make sure that they are responsible and respectful of the kind of information we're looking at, which in some cases is short form content, things like posts, tweets, comments, things of that nature, which we can also use natural language processing to parse. But sometimes the signal is as lightweight as a like or a share or a video view. And so again, when we think about metrics and data here, we have to also kind of think through thoughtfully the behavioral implications of why someone would hit a like button or a share button or view something versus comment on something. So again, I think the point I'm trying to make, which I guess I've done it in a fairly roundabout way here today, is simply that, as you're thinking about constructing a model, what's going to come out of the model, it's just as important to be looking at all of the information going into it and what that information actually means. Why would somebody like something? Why would somebody comment on something? We often get asked, okay, in your affinity matrices, in some cases you're using likes and shares, and in some cases we're not. We're only using comments or posts or what I'll call heavier weight signals around content. And sometimes we get asked, why is that? There's so much more information. There's just simply more volume of data. If we were to use things like views, likes or shares. There's, tons of it, millions and millions of it every day. The reason that I always say that we need to have multiple variations of the model is because think of your own social media or video media behaviors. You might have a friend who puts out a post and you might just go ahead and like it, even though you're not necessarily 100% agreeing with what they're saying, but you're kind of throwing them a bone saying, hey, I'm going to help boost you on Instagram or boost you on TikTok or whatever it might be. So understanding the mechanics of that doesn't, if you comment on House of the Dragon and if I like that post, that doesn't necessarily mean I'm watching the show as well. So nuance like that in the stages of data preparation, we find become critically important to the overall success of our data modeling efforts and then the ultimate outcome of that data. So I'll go one step further, and this actually breaks down now that sandwich that I was talking about a little bit earlier. So as you might recall, I kind of mentioned that, what we're doing here is because you can't disambiguate or unpack unique users across all these platforms, we do it within the platforms, and then we're able to stack the data on top of each other. So here's a good look at the actual volume and contribution that we get from, for example, places like TikTok or Instagram versus a YouTube or a Wikipedia when it comes to engagement with content. And as you can probably imagine, this graph looks very different depending on the type of content you're looking at. I actually don't have one prepared just yet on sports because this is a fairly new data representation for us. But as you can imagine, whether it's a sport, whether it's a movie, whether it's an independent film, or something that's like fairly popular across general audiences like The Last of Us, which is what we're looking at here, you can imagine this data looks very different. And so from an outcome perspective, one of the other things I'll kind of point out is that even in this one data visualization, there are multiple different levels of things we can learn. First and foremost, simply starting with which of the platforms actually contributed the most to the overall engagement for a show is telling in and of itself, because we know something about the audience on TikTok and how that audience differs from the audiences in places like Facebook or like YouTube. So that's just kind of the tip of the iceberg, if you will. And then, of course, we can go deeper into who these individuals are, what else they like to watch, what else they like to do. I'll break it down really quick. This is kind of one example of what I was just talking about, which is the ability to now parse out who the individuals are who sit beneath it. So I think you'll all appreciate that most of the times, people generally will share their birthday in a place like Facebook because we all really love those birthday reminders, but you're not really required to share your birthday or anything else about yourself in places like Twitter or YouTube, for example, or TikTok. So how do we actually do this? So we actually model it out. And I want to tell you guys a fun story from the pre-emoji keyboard days. So now I'm kind of dating myself a little bit, but I thought you guys would actually find this funny because I know I think back on it all the time and find it hilarious. There was a time about 5 or 7 years ago in my Twitter work days where we were actually trying to understand if we could determine what age cohort someone might fall into. So first and foremost, a really important piece of information is, of course, the handle, in which sometimes people will divulge their first name, and first names can be tied to ages and also genders, things of that nature. Not perfectly so, but it's a signal. Then we can look at biographical information, of course, because sometimes people will tell us things in their biography around when they graduated or when their birthday was. Maybe they'll write it in free text. Things of that nature can also be very impressive signals. Last but not least, what they say and how they say it. So this is, again, I'm mentioning a story from pre-emoji keyboard days. We actually observed that people who wrote their emojis with a colon and then an actual parenthesis for the smile were 10 years younger than people who wrote their emoji with a colon, a dash for the nose, and then the parenthesis for the smile. And people who actually wrote their emoji with the number 8 for the eyes, a dash for the nose, and a parenthesis for the smile were generally 55 plus. And again, I'm not talking about emoji keyboard, the era of emoji keyboards, which we have today. Of course, we'd have to be looking at that. And there's many, many more emoji that we have at our fingertips now than what we were using when we were writing it all, spelling it all out with text. But that's just one of the ways we're able to cleverly use the information that people are sharing in these spaces to create all kinds of variable models that in their entirety provide us with a ton of really informative information about the audiences that we study. I do want to make a point here just quickly to say that, of course, we here at Diesel Labs are very, very careful about the sourcing of information and also the sharing of information. So we anonymize and aggregate everything. And I'm sure all of you guys have, studied, data ethics and making sure that we're all being responsible citizens and not misusing people's information or modeling things that could potentially be sensitive topics. So I just wanted to make a note of that compliance in this regard, I think, is incredibly important for our field as we move forward, to make sure that we're using data in sensible ways, but not in ways that could potentially be harmful to another person. So last but not least, I did want to kind of share with you guys sort of how some of this data culminates in also, important and interesting information around how people move through content. This happens to be another example from House of the Dragon, as you can probably see, since it was one of the larger shows last year. We did a number of different cuts on that data. But basically what we were able to determine is that people who actually watched the finale of House of the Dragon moved into this list of shows actually within the next 2 weeks of concluding House of the Dragon. So what we were able to do is we call this a watch flow analysis, because now what we're doing is sort of a time series analysis on a lot of this information that I was sharing with you earlier, to understand how people kind of progress, if you will, through the different chapters of viewing that they might be conducting in a given week, month, or year. So again, I just wanted to kind of shed a light on, this is one big set of information coming in for us here at Diesel Labs. We have an ability to kind of understand, we have the whole universe, if you will, of people expressing their engagement, their reactions to content. And then these are all examples, and we've hardly begun to really interrogate this data. So everything I'm sharing with you probably are some of the more obvious things to do with this information. And honestly, I would encourage any and all of you to reach out to me after this presentation if you have ideas for other ways that we could thoughtfully bring out more intelligence from this information. So again, to recap some of the things we're doing, we have the ability to look at it from a time series perspective, from a stacked platform perspective, from an affinity modeling perspective, from a demographics and gender modeling perspective. And that's, again, just looking at the very, very high level. One of the other things that we are able to also do is to understand, we call it a technique we call audience lift, which is another modeling effort that we do here, which is to take 100% of the people who have ever talked about, for example, Netflix content or HBO Max content, and then to see how all of the new content performs relative to those pre-existing audiences. So you can imagine that these platforms care a lot about driving subscribership, mitigating churn. This is why we see platforms like Amazon going for the Thursday Night Football rights, why we see companies like Comcast, NBC Universal going after the rights for WWE WrestleMania, which is airing on Peacock, which actually just aired on Peacock a couple weeks ago. These sport licenses are so incredibly valuable and important because we know they drive tremendous amount of viewership and engagement. So we can actually do an analysis to say, okay, well, WrestleMania just happened. How many new people joined that conversation? And what kind of impressions did that create in these coveted spaces around that piece of content that would drive more awareness and potential subscriptions for a platform like Peacock? So I just wanted to, I hope that was helpful. I want to thank you all so very much for having me today here at the conference. I'm really, really excited that I was able to share with you some of the techniques that we use to not only pull in the data, but architect the data in such a way that it can be used thoughtfully through a lot of our kind of data science efforts to derive insight around what audiences are doing, be it around sport or around media and entertainment more broadly. And with that, I'll turn it over back to Rachel.
Awesome, Anjali, thank you. That was fantastic. I especially love the point that you made about making sure to note the nuances in the social data when you're prepping it. I think like across all industries and any model you're building, that's really important. But for some reason, it resonated more with me from social because there's been plenty of times where I'm like, okay, I feel neutral about this, but I like my friends, so I'm going to give them a like. And I think that it's important as data scientists and data analysts to really think through that. So we do have a couple of questions so from the audience. So the first question is, social data has had a hard time gauging sentiment historically. Has this improved, or is it still hard to gauge whether a tweet or a post is positive or negative?
I love this question, and I have the corniest joke that I always say in response to it, which is that I have a love-hate relationship with sentiment. And here's where I wish I could hear all of you not laugh at my joke. But the truth is that sentiment, when it comes to media and entertainment content, is actually not always what you think it is. So here's one of the things that I've noticed, which is, for example, sentiment. So just for anyone who isn't familiar with sentiment models, sentiment breaks down a piece of text into essentially a positive, negative, neutral categorization, if you will. And so what we get from a sentiment model would be something like, hey, 30% of the posts around this thing were positive, 30% were negative, and 40% were neutral. I'm oversimplifying math, of course. One of the things with sentiment, though, is that people are reacting to the content. They're not necessarily telling you that they love or hate a show. They're telling you that they're really bummed they have to wait 2 years before the next installment of House of the Dragon, right? One of my favorite examples, and this again is going to date and age me, was from the Jersey Shore. I'm not even kidding, because we looked at the sentiment for the Jersey Shore and it was so negative. And we were like, what is going on? Do people just hate this show? And it turns out that wasn't it at all. It's just the characters were always so sort of kooky, if you will, and doing crazy things and up to their shenanigans. People would react negatively to some of the things the characters were doing, but rest assured, people would be tuning in week over week over week. So one of the things we do here is we actually look at a slightly more sophisticated model. We call it topic analysis. Topic analysis actually breaks down the themes of a conversation so that you can better understand what is actually being said about a show. So it's not so much to know this is positive or negative, but it's important to know, hey, 30% of the audience is really sad they have to wait 2 years right now for the next installment of the show. And 20% think that that scene with the dragon was awesome. I'm completely making it up, and I'm trying not to ruin anything for anyone who hasn't caught up on their Game of Thrones yet. But that's sort of one of the ways we think about it. Also, I can't sort of have a speaking opportunity in a data science conference without talking about some of the new generative AI models, which also are incredibly smart at taking some of this raw information, parsing it, and helping to kind of simplify, summarize, if you will, the themes and the nature of conversation. So those are some of the things we're experimenting with too.
Definitely, for sure. And then kind of in a similar vein, which social platform interactions, whether that's a like, share, or a comment, has the largest magnitude for some of the models that you're building or some of the insights? And do these signals remain consistent over time within those platforms?
In fact, the largest signal we get is video views, because most of the platforms that we're talking about here, in particular, platforms like Instagram or TikTok or YouTube, are designed so that if you're on a tab or on a page, the video basically continues going until you as the user interact with it, stop it, or what have you. So in fact, the chart that I showed you earlier of the sandwich with the stack for The Last of Us, that actually excluded video views. I'll remind you that that chart, the one that I shared with you, the scale was in the low millions. We were in the 1 to 2 million zone. That exact same chart with video views on it goes from 8 to 10 million. That's how much of a contribution video views play. Then, of course, come the lightweight engagements, things like the likes, shares, etc. Comments obviously make up the smallest proportion of the data, but comments are the richest in terms of what they can tell us. So even though it's a little bit smaller, we find great value in that type of content. Does it say stable? I wish my life were that easy. It never is that simple. So all the time, platforms will change the places where they put buttons, or they'll change the way that you can interact with things. And these are things that we pay a lot of attention to, because even the simple fact of moving a button from here to there, or making it harder to do something, or exposing a view, can actually fundamentally change the way users interact with these with the platforms themselves, which means the data coming in could change in its meaning. And that's something we also pay attention to, and it never stays stable for too long.
Right. I feel like anytime we're using data from any data source that's not our own, it never stays stable over time. One more question here for you is that an early TV industry thesis suggested social media activity drives TV ratings. Was that proven? As ratings naturally decline, is social more influential now?
Oh, this is a question that is near and dear to my heart. And if you guys didn't think I was a large enough nerd on this kind of thing, you'll be very happy to know that there's an article published in, and I kid you not, the Journal of Advertising Research that I contributed to a long time ago on this very topic. So does social drive tune-in? It's a question. The answer is sometimes, unfortunately. There's no yes or no on this one. It is a sometimes. But what I can share with you is this. The fact that we know impressions, which is just another way of saying exposure to information, can influence behavior, suggests that when you have shows like House of the Dragon, The Last of Us, things like the Barbie movie that I know I'm personally very excited for, when you have that volume of exposure happening for folks who might be interested in a certain piece of content, we know that that can influence behavior. This is silly, but I literally call it, it's like the FOMO effect. It's like, okay, you might see an ad for something here or there, but then all of a sudden, if your entire social network is talking about dressing up in pink and going to the movie theater to watch the Barbie movie, that definitely has a different influence on you. So does it work all the time? Certainly not. Can it work in some instances? Yes. Is it really, really, really difficult to measure? Also, yes.
Got it. Thank you. And then the last question that we have time for here. So do you find sports data to be more or less reliable versus other verticals like entertainment or news?
I find sports data actually to be somewhat more challenging because of the nature of how team sports are constructed. So we just had the NFL draft. We have people being traded all the time. We have people who have like Mookie Betts, who has been on multiple teams over the course of his career. And so if I mention Mookie, maybe I'm referring to him in the context of his Red Sox days, and you might be mentioning him in the context of, a different team. So sports in general is actually one of the hardest genres or arenas, if you will, to make sure you're pulling in the data cleanly and can attribute it to whether it's a certain game, team, event, or what have you. We spend a lot more energy doing that in sports than perhaps for something simpler like a Stranger Things. Stranger Things is massive, but it is fairly straightforward in the sense that the cast is usually the same year to year, things of that nature. In terms of how we think about that versus news. News is obviously also a little bit of a tricky one because what you can't necessarily derive from the data that we have is where someone is understanding their news. Are they reading it on Twitter? Are they watching it on television? Are they getting it, from the CNN app? So that can sometimes be more difficult. And let's say you and I right now are having a conversation about, let's say, Roe v. Wade. That's sort of more topical. It's a political topic in and of itself, but can you tie that back to a specific news story, a specific news telecast? Those things become much, much more challenging. So those are inherently three genres, which I think whoever asked that question was spot on in the thinking that they would all behave very differently. And inherently, we approach them differently because of the nature of how people talk about different things. And that goes for politics, news, sports, entertainment, but also sometimes, movies like Marvel movies get talked about in a different way than, let's say, something which is just a single installment, like a Super Mario Brothers movie.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Anjali. And if you liked what you heard from Anjali, she will be back at our panel session today at 4:05 p.m. Eastern. So stay on the live stream or tune back in because she will be back and talking more about kind of gender equity and inclusion in the space. So thank you so much, Anjali.
Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. Okay, so our next speaker, Emily Rodden, is a vice president at Two Circles, a data-driven sports agency empowering partners to grow the relationship between sport and fan. Emily will share how Two Circles leverages data for partners to better engage their fans.
All right. Hi, everybody. Awesome to get to talk to you all today. Just wanted to say thank you for the Buzzer team allowing me to have some space today to creep in here. You know, every conference that is a data-centered conference has one core marketer that kind of sneaks through to talk through MarTech and audience data and how to speak to marketers. And guess what? It's me this time. So you're not going to get a talk probably as technical as some of the other ones today, but I hope that at the end of this, you're really empowered to know how to discuss and advocate for data, specifically around audience data and how marketers that you work with on the daily can better use that in personalization so that it can in turn fuel your insights. So a bit about me. This is a really bare bones slide about who I am. So my name is Emily Rodden. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a vice president of consulting at a firm called Two Circles. I've spent pretty much my entire career since my teenage years working in sports. I moved from content creation into sports comms, app comms, media guides. The advent of the internet meant that I moved into digital product and digital marketing, along with kind of social media and how content really engages fans and is leveraged through sports, both by athletes and by brands and teams. And currently I oversee teams of individuals across not only content creators and creatives that are creating everything from organic content to performance media, paid advertising, but also teams of analysts and really data-driven data researchers who are working through insights to help fuel all of our work. Some of my former positions, I was at the Washington Commanders working in their digital department for a large portion of time. I also come from the PGA Tour, some very broad sports experiences. A bit about Two Circles. So what we do, we grow the value of sports for our clients by knowing fans best. Across a huge global footprint, we have, over 1.2 billion fan data records that we analyze and work in to help our clients make really meaningful touch points with their fans. We also run a significant amount of social campaigns, whether across paid or organic, to touch over 400 million fans daily. And the main asset of what we want to do is to grow value for the fan that's at the heart of every sport experience. And the ways that we do this, we have 4 bespoke really arms. One is rights management. So what in the American sportscape really is known as sponsorship. So thinking through value creation, sales of sponsors, activation measurement. And that really works in tandem with the other three sections of our business, which is marketing consultancy. So when you're thinking more traditional around O&O marketing, around paid media, growth marketing, fan data capture and insights, that's the core of that business. And it works in tandem with both our content and technology arms. So thinking through digital product and data solutions, how we're building those, whether it's MarTech, whether it's mobile app, whether it's web, anything, everything. And then also content, everything to fuel paid media and marketing, but also thinking through organic and how brands, how teams are really putting their footprint first and foremost with fans. And we do this across 5 bespoke offices. So we have 2 in North America and Los Angeles, New York. We have an office in Paris, Bern, Switzerland, Melbourne, and the heart of our business is in London, England, where we have the majority of our company. So we're very fortunate to work through a wide range of clients, some of which are featured here, some of whom you'll recognize, some of which, if you're not that familiar with the Premier League, you might not know Liverpool or Arsenal. But we're really focused on growing not just within the UK, but expanding through other businesses outside of the UK, specifically in the US right now, in parallel with also Australia and EMEA. So talking right into the crux of the matter about the value of personalization, the Boston Consulting Group put out an article and study a few years ago, so it's a little dated at this point, but speaking through kind of the facets of the importance of personalization on user journeys. And above all, it's a large opportunity to grow revenue. We all know that you're going to grow the emotional connection with your fan the more that they see personalization. But when it comes to actually translating that into concrete dollars, into concrete metrics of growth, that's where this study actually pointed out that in revenue specifically, you're going to see potentially a 10 to 20% increase in revenue on average. So thinking, predominantly through sales, whether it's tickets, whether it's merchandise, they're more likely to help their friends buy. They're also more likely to buy a wider range of products and investment with your brand. And similarly, it parallels with an increase in engaged customer satisfaction. So one of the metrics that they tracked around advocacy showed a 20 to 40% increase, point increase in advocacy and how willing a consumer, a fan was to think of the brand not only in a positive light, but make suggestions about the brand, engaging in conversations with their friends about the brand, really, really beginning to care the more that they saw that their needs were met. And on the business side of things, when you think about what personalization can bring, a lot of people think through, it's so much work to set up. It's so many things that we have to do. It's more creative iterations. It's being more thoughtful in the data that we're going through. It's being, more specific across how we're doing segmentation. And to them, they think that that is a huge amount of lift for their team. But in fact, the more that you are able to lean into personalization and the automated tools that help you live in this ecosystem, you become more and more efficient with how you are doing this work. So thinking through around efficiency gains, this study found 15 to 25% lower costs for a team because they were spending less time having to do manual input to go through automated journeys or go through personalization based on specific aspects, whether it was a person's favorite team, a person's favorite player, what type of merchandise that they like, what type of ticket sales and events they have a high propensity to attend. It just made their teams work in more efficient manners because they were able to focus what they were doing in a streamlined cause and effect journey. So some of the things that we've seen at Two Circles as far as results from personalization has been anything from some of the things that I think most people on this call will think are no-brainers, such as an uplift in merchandise purchasing based on personalized content. We've all been hit with a personalized ad, an abandoned cart ad, anything and everything when you go buy sneakers online, or maybe that you're looking even when you are looking for a new car, all of that kind of ecosystem of being retargeted, we're all very familiar with that. We know that this works. It is not shocking at all. But some of the things that people don't necessarily think through is that we found really interesting was the 600% uplift in conversion for hospitality leads. So thinking through when you are selling an event, when you want people to have an experience on site at a major sporting event, being able to have some kind of background on them and have a personalized experience, whether that's a one-on-one personal experience or whether there's a touch point even before that with how you're engaging with these people digitally, whether it's an email, whether they see an ad, anything like that. That entire funnel of a journey led to a huge uptick in sales in this bespoke area. And the similar thing, you think about personalization not necessarily used for acquisition at the start of a customer journey, but we actually were able to see upticks in acquisition because of how we were using contextual cues and where we were meeting fans in a product experience to get them to give up their zero party data, right? To get more information on them and then just continue through the life cycle. So when you are advocating internally for personalization, everyone kind of hears it and it's a buzzword. And they say, we know we need to do it. It's too hard. We don't really understand, okay, maybe we're ad serving. Great. But it can go so much further beyond that. And the tools that you really need to speak the language to a marketer or to work in tandem with a marketer to convince an external stakeholder that this matters is really how are you hitting a bottom line, right? So on the ticketing side of sports, we know that we need to create really bespoke ticketing journeys. We want to minimize abandoned carts, but if someone is abandoning a cart or are thinking maybe the pricing's too high, maybe they just are browsing and they want to come back later, how are we re-engaging them because they're already in the ecosystem? How are we taking the information that they're giving us contextually and then able to spin that into a future purchase? And not only that, but on the back half of that, how are we thinking through renewals? How are we thinking through how they're reselling their tickets? What trends we can look into to better understand, pricing sensitivity, date sensitivity, and opponent sensitivity or event type sensitivity. And there are all these little data clues that we can lean into that they're in the personalization universe, but they're going to actually hit more facets of the business than just for a marketer. Similar thing, retail, we've covered it. Premium, we've covered it. It's very much based on intent and what the selling points are for specific audiences. The low-hanging fruit of any kind of personalization journey seems to always be retail, whether it's, buy your jersey for your favorite player, or maybe it's, a customized logo slick for your office, something like that. But retail has had it buttoned up by far for a really long time. So I think it's kind of top of mind for everyone, but it's also pretty much a given, right? But then we get down into kind of the new age of engagement in sports. It used to be that your D2C engagement was a little flatter, right? It was all about ticket sales. It was all about in person. But now we see so many sports properties lean into OTT products, whether it's the NFL, whether it's some of the, local media groups that are doing streaming, NBA, NHL, you name it. ESPN's a great one. They all have an OTT product where they're meeting their customers in an online or TV streaming marketplace. So when we think about that ecosystem, it's still relatively new when you think through the grand scope of where sports has been in the past, 2 decades or so. And we've unlocked this entire other realm of how people are able to engage. They don't have to spend $100 to go to a soccer match, to go to the stands, take that time, be there. We want people to do that. But now that we have these other opportunities to engage with people, it's not necessary that a fan has to be there. So thinking through how personalization within that digital engagement can really help them get bought in. It's not just about a subscription product. It's not just about the games that they're watching. It's about how they're coming to that product, thinking through how you're monetizing that product based on how a consumer is using the product. So are people streaming an OTT product at home on their couch while they're watching something else on their cell phone? Or are they streaming on Saturday morning when they're out at their kid's soccer game? Like, how are they using that? And that can provide contextual clues on how you want to speak to them in that user environment. And the basis of all of this too is one of the crux key areas of sports today is monetization via sponsors. So we've seen it evolve from billboards, we've seen jersey patches, we've seen various digital entitlements on web sections or content packages. So at the end of this, how are you feeding data back to your sales teams that is not just around your digital properties and your content, but how those are being engaged with by fans? Who are the fans that are engaging with them? And what kind of audience profiles have you developed to match into this ecosystem with specific entitlements? Because that's what's going to really prove value back to your sponsor, as far as they want to know who they're getting their eyes in front of. You know, just saying New York Jets fans or New York Islanders fans isn't enough anymore. They want to know who those fans are, which subsections of your fans are really going to feel the impact of where they're spending their dollars. And it all starts with how personalization builds trust with your fans so that they give up more contextual data by engaging more with you, but also giving up more of their zero party and first party data. And when we think through this fan journey, you know, it is not necessarily linear. It's arranged linear here because when you think about the span of a fan and their interest, it begins, they have a little bit of interest, right? Maybe they've looked online or they're familiar with a logo. You had a star player or someone that came out and blew everyone out of the water, and now they want to know more. So highly likely, the first way that they're going to engage with you is through a digital platform. Once they start browsing a little bit more, maybe they visited your website, maybe they've started following you on social media, that's when they start going into that engaged and through to the committed phase. And when we think through committed, that's a really big turning point. That's usually where we see someone has figured out the value prop to give up their information. Maybe it means that they are unlocking very bespoke content that you can only get to on a website by creating an account. Maybe they've downloaded the app and gone through the app onboarding, but odds are you're collecting their email, you've got their zip code, some kind of proxy data on where they're actually located, what kind of devices they're engaging on. And that's a huge gate opener for you because suddenly you have so much first party and zero party data unlocked. And from there, you just want it to build. You want to see multiple transactions. You want to see them live in your ecosystem, engage with your content, follow you on social, become part of the conversation. And then hopefully at some point, they're going to make a pivot to be able to come to a game in person. And if they're not, that's, might be a location barrier to entry. It might be a price barrier to entry. How are you catering to fans that might not be able to make that jump to make sure that they're becoming that super fan advocate that really engages wholeheartedly in their entire life around what your club is able to be and what that brand really means to them? But like I mentioned, this isn't always linear. It's pretty usual for a fan to kind of ping pong around a little bit. They explore a website, they might shop before they download an app, they might go to an event as a gateway versus being, leaving a ticketed experience towards the end of their journey. There's so many different ways that your brand is going to face people that every single milestone that you see examples of here, you need to be approaching with a data first thought. It's not just about how you're pixeling. It's not just about your tracking links. It's not just about, what you're getting out of experiential interactions or people registering for your rewards program, for ticket sales, for raffles, etc. It's so much more than that. It's making sure that you all, as data people who live your life thinking through data first, how are you advocating for that holistic brand approach to be seamless with how you are engaging fans and keeping data first, whether it's contextual measurement or first party, zero party. So most marketers will see this and say, this is a lot to do all at once. When you make the case for data and for using data in personalized customer journeys, oftentimes you're going to see a diagram like this. You've got data sources coming in, you've got a data warehouse, you've got maybe a clean room, you've got all of these various inputs going into a huge black box of a lake. And not everyone has the monetary resources, the people resources, or even the knowledge share to be able to arrange a CDP or a warehouse in a way that's really going to be a large impact initially. We all have been through this in some way, shape, or form, even if it's on a smaller scale. And we know it takes a lot of work. It takes time. It takes patience. It takes people really being internal advocates and sometimes some external advocates to get someone to think through how they need to sequence how their infrastructure is structured. In an ideal world, this would be great, right? You've got personal data coming in, either contextual, first party, zero party. Maybe you have some partner match going on. You've got that coming in. You've got your data warehouse. You may have other sources coming in. Then you get this lovely central hub with your CDP, thinking through your profile unification, how you're doing your segments, how those segments are powering your journeys. It's that lovely blend between your CDP and your MarTech stack, right? In some instances, you need people to step in and help you merge your audience profiles or merge your contextual data with your first party, zero party, and do a lot of like actual data engineering work and analysis and insights in that level of the journey. But even at the most basics of scale, this kind of thought path can still work. So going from there, what is the best action for each of your segments? What user journey do you need to put them on? What user journey do you want to A/B test? And then kind of filtering that through all of your channels through your MarTech stack, whether it's push, in-app, or SMS, web personalization, email campaigns, individual customer service campaigns that you might be hearing from a ticketing rep, or working through, like if you have a bespoke person at your team shop that has relationships with your suite owners, that kind of one-to-one engagement. Or maybe it's even what you're doing in stadium for select groups of rewards members, suite holders, Loge ticket holders. How are you thinking through that journey holistically? And in this, like, how are you calming people down so that they don't get overwhelmed with the idea of this is how it should be, and you have to have all of these things orchestrated, right? In reality, you gotta start small. Any kind of small incremental change is going to be so valuable to you. So thinking through onboarding very, very smallly, working up to a multi-channel journey, working through to an omni-channel journey, really taking the time to streamline that through so that you're collecting some data, having a habit of reflecting on it, and then going and doing work and just doing the cycle repeatedly, right? So you might start off in a single channel, where email is a great example. Email personalization has come so far in the past 20 years that's a really small win. Little micro journeys in email. Maybe that spans into micro journeys in app, or maybe even micro journeys kind of not necessarily correlated, but starting to blend together from email to their in-person experience. And the goal at the end of it is really, how are you using your data to enable your marketers to have holistic lifestyle, omni-channel journeys, right? But it's not just about each of these channels being their own. It's about how are you able to chime in with insights on a select campaign, a select segment, and say, hey, actually, we saw propensity for these people to then come in stadium and buy XYZ jersey, or a really high level of consumer ties between what content they're consuming in the app, but then also what they're actually buying in stadium. How are you marrying that together to get to the omni-channel? You're not going to get there all at once. It's a small journey, moving bit by bit by bit. Just some thought starters for you to take away. There's a base action, right? So someone on the user side goes into Google and they navigate to your homepage. There's your brand action. Here's just what you can have set up that, you know, a lot of places might. A nice interstitial prompting them to register now. They do it or they don't. How do you take that and then work and iterate on it? So thinking through bespoke copy and creative for your referral sources, aligning your creative with specific social campaigns or other referral campaigns, you know, targeting your user with bespoke creative based on their geography. These are just small, simple wins to just show that you can continue to iterate over and over and over the more data that you start to capture. And I'm cognizant that we're almost out of time. So what I'm going to leave you with is that I really hope that you can take back and advocate for your teams to be starting, you know, on a small scale, if that's where you're at, with personalization and thinking through, we have XYZ data. How can we use this with who we have right now to then get more data, to go, try, test, learn, take a step back, cycle through all of your analyses and say, here's what worked, here's what didn't, let's go try the next version of it. Because at the end of the day, you can really, really power all of your marketing department's activations and thinking through how they really want to think better and be smarter about data, because you all are enabled to have that underlying measurement framework. You're coming to the table and saying, here's what I can do, here's what I can't do. Here's how we want to approach XYZ thing. And you're going to be the people that really fuel smart actions for the brand and for the company with their fans. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Emily. Yeah, at Buzzer, we have a big focus on personalization as well. And I really just like the idea of starting small. And I think that even if you are using a small data set, like you can still generate insights that are pretty meaningful. And it can be shocking just given like the size of the data set that you're initially using. So I think that's something that's really important to remember as more and more companies are looking towards personalization for fan engagement. So we do have time for, I think, one question here. So one question from the audience was, how quickly can you start ushering a new user through personalization? Do you find this differs by the target product, content, or action that you want the user to take?
So I think, and this is going to go probably a slightly step backwards here, is really understanding even before they're a new user, you know, and saying new user sometimes can imply that they're already known to you in some way, shape, or form. So even thinking before account registration, something as bespoke as just a minor change in what product they're engaging with, or what content type, or even what content series. I think that's a great level to start in. You see it frequently in how digital products are built now, where you get a what's the next video that'll be recommended to you based on what you're watching now. Like, to me, I don't think there's anything that's ever too early, because we're at the point now with our digital product and our content that we can be so smart about, you know, what actually flows in a sequence. And similarly to that, like if you're doing data capture at all and you're not doing an onboarding campaign, or you're not doing any kind of email follow-up, text follow-up, what have you, that's the number one thing that I think that you should be doing.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. We also had a couple of other questions that we won't have the time to get to, but I will send them out to you if you want to kind of just send a quick reply, and I can forward them to the rest of the audience. But thank you so much, Emily.
Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, so our next technical track will be presented by Christy Savage, Head of Data Science at Fanatics Betting and Gaming. And Christy will share the importance of mixing quantitative and qualitative sports data to build better products.
Amazing. Thank you for having me. Let me start sharing my screen. All right, and great. Yeah, once again, great to meet everyone. My name is Christy Savage, and I'm heading up the data science program at Fanatics Betting and Gaming. And I am here to talk to a bunch of data scientists about how data science isn't all it's cracked up to be all the time, and what we can do to fix that. So today we'll go over data types and research methods, give a base lay of the land about what we're talking about, the alternatives that we have, then give the case for mixed methods, the case for how to augment data science and quantitative methods with qualitative methods. Then talk about a couple of use cases, because this type of framework is applicable to so many aspects of quantitative work. Then, of course, we'll have time for questions at the end. So let's start out with our data types and research methods. Sports analytics over the past many decades has completely evolved. It's undergone significant changes driven by advancements in technology, data collection, and analysis methods. First and foremost, there's an increased use of data. There's a lot more data literacy and belief in data, especially with the rise of technology. Sports teams have more access to data than ever before, including data from wearable technology, video footage, social media, anything and everything. This has definitely led to an increased focus in data-driven decision-making in sports, with teams using data to inform everything from recruitment to in-game strategy. Also, there's been advancements in analysis methods. As data scientists, I'm sure we're aware, as more data becomes available, sports teams are turning more and more to sophisticated analysis methods to make sense of it all. This includes the use of machine learning, artificial intelligence, other advanced statistical techniques to identify different patterns and insights that may be otherwise difficult to detect using our traditional methods. This has also led to a greater collaboration between disciplines. Sports analytics has been traditionally focused on kind of a polar opposite lens, either completely focused on the qualitative aspects, video footage, being in-game, being able to watch what's happening and making emotional suggestions, and being completely data-driven, reading Moneyball, getting hooked on that, and choosing to focus solely on quantitative data. In recent years, there's been an increased focus in interdisciplinary collaboration with experts from fields in all including data science, psychology, physiology, and user research. This works alongside our two different data types, quantitative and qualitative, to gain a more holistic understanding of sports analytics. Today, I want to focus on that collaboration between data science and complementary research functions such as user research to explain why this is beneficial for everyone involved. So to dive deeper on the side that might be most familiar, let's talk about quantitative data and quantitative research methods in sports analytics. Quantitative data refers to numerical data that can be measured and analyzed statistically. This type of data can come from various sources, such as performance metrics like scores, player statistics, team rankings, as well as, like I'd mentioned before, wearable technology, heart rate monitors, other sensors. It can usually be raw or aggregated, generally numeric values. Quantitative data can help data scientists uncover patterns, trends, relationships between variables. They can use statistical analysis techniques to understand that data, make predictions about future events or outcomes, and have those actionable insights that we give out to stakeholders. Methods here generally include some of the things that we spoke about in our previous lectures, even here: descriptive statistics, inferential statistics, predictions, analytics, including regressions or hypothesis testing and creating confidence intervals. It can also include data visualizations to help communicate complex quantitative data to stakeholders. And of course, machine learning algorithms to build predictive models that can make accurate predictions about future events or outcomes based on such data. The part that data scientists don't always get to lean into, though, is the complementary data types, including qualitative data. Qualitative data, on the other hand, refers to data that can provide insights into the context, emotions, mental models, or other subjective aspects of a team or athlete's performance. This type of data can come from a variety of sources, such as interviews with coaches or players or other stakeholders. It can come from observations or analysis of video footage. It's usually created at a smaller scale, but will be very robust in what it can answer. Let's talk about the case for mixed methods, taking both quantitative and qualitative data, quantitative and qualitative research methods together. The reason we want to make this case is because there are shortcomings to both of these methods and both of these data types. Quantitative data can provide numerical measures, statistical analyses that allow for comparisons and generalizations across larger populations, but it's not best suited to dive into beliefs, attitudes, sentiment, and mental models. Qualitative data, on the other hand, it can provide more in-depth insights into individual experiences, beliefs, attitudes, what drives people to do something. It can uncover hidden patterns, and it includes the context or the why in which people do what they do. This can be crucial for developing effective interventions or policies or data recommendations. So what we want to do is to be able to combine quantitative and qualitative data simultaneously to help sports analysts gain a more complete understanding of their team or player or performance to help make better informed decisions. If you only use quantitative data and don't consider qualitative data, you may miss out on important context, including individual experiences, those perspectives, and subjective opportunities. Using both quantitative and qualitative methods, research methods together, will provide a more comprehensive and nuanced understanding of particular events. So at my former company at Spotify, user researcher Colette Kalenda and I created the What Why framework. And so you can see on the axes here, we have methods and research practices that could focus on quantitative data, which is really good at answering what happened. What is the numerical value of the percentage of the population that's going to do this? What is the outcome expected from my predicted model? On the other end of the spectrum, we could talk about qualitative data or the why types of research methods. And this would be, why are people likely to do that predicted thing you were talking about? Or why did users not do what you wanted them to do? Another axis that's important that we'll touch upon briefly is around behavioral and attitudinal. Data scientists also really thrive in behavioral methods. So that's things that we know exactly what they did. We have historical data. It's all about the behavior that was actually taken. User research and qualitative data can dig deeper into attitudinal behavior, attitudinal ideas, such as your sentiment, your mental model, how you want something to be done. So together, user research and data science, qualitative and quantitative research methods can provide these complementary perspectives that mutually enhance each other. By combining these disciplines, we can gain a more holistic understanding of the multiple forms of data and be able to mitigate any blind spots of a single research method alone. So the steps for using this framework on actual research would be, first and foremost, hone your research questions. Clearly define your research objective and make it easier to identify opportunities to collaborate. For data scientists, it's really easy to dive headfirst into your work, believe in the data, believe you can solve this problem independently, but it's really important to be able to take a step back, understand your shortcomings, and understand what other methodologies or data type will enhance your work. Once you have honed in on your research question and been really explicit there, we can then mix methods in different quadrants of this what, why framework. So find complementary methods in different sections to counterbalance the strengths and weaknesses of each. Lastly, implement these methods simultaneously to yield comprehensive results. Oftentimes, some people might take away from this more of a pass the baton approach, but for true mixed methods research, it's really important to not deploy different methods separately and throw insights at each other, but to design your study to have all the methods point at the same group of users at the same time, the same teams at the same time, the same type of consumers. This will mitigate risks for unexplainable discrepancies and time-based errors. So let's go over a couple use cases that we have for successful applications of mixed methods research. Here is a use case that is why the what why framework was developed. At my previous company, we had our product data scientists help launch a new feature that customers were really vocal about wanting. And if I could hammer that home, our customers asked for this feature. They were really excited about it. They said, please make this happen. Our product data scientists said, sure, we can work with our engineering team, product, design to help launch this for your benefit. The problem is, once we actually launched this new feature, the usage was really low. As data scientists, we weren't deterred. We instead tried A/B testing, portions of the feature, different user experiences, different colors, different explainability, but the customers just would not use the feature. As a data scientist, the question that we wanted to ask is why? However, as we went over, that type of data is really hard for data scientists to get. We don't always have that sentiment or mental model. Why aren't you using this feature? So our solution, our opportunity, was to work with user researchers via simultaneous triangulation of differing research methods to understand the why or the context as to our consumer actions, or in this case, lack thereof. Our solution here, user research was able to identify different mental models of how customers thought the feature would work. Some were skeptical, some weren't aware of the feature, some thought it was broken because it didn't work exactly how they thought it would work, and they never gave it a second try. These types of things data wouldn't be able to answer alone, but working with user researchers, we were then able to cluster different kinds of issues that we think customers would have mentally with our feature. And then data science was able to create lookalike models from the small amount of people that user research interviewed so that we could apply it to the entire population that we had and deliver personalized marketing touch points to alleviate any confusion. Data science alone is really good at answering what happened, i.e., the usage rate is really low. We needed user research. We needed someone to actually talk to someone about how they use the feature and why they use these different features to see what the issues were, so that way we could move forward with this. Data science needed to simultaneously work with user researchers to identify how to solve this problem. Completely separate use case, not just product focused, but team performance and human rationality. Many teams, from in-house team analytics to sports betting companies, want to be able to predict team performances. Data science can build machine learning models, but these often assume that humans are rational and will act rationally. Model outputs from machine learning models are often the optimal solutions if everyone performs as expected. There is a really great article by Stuart Russell and Peter Norvig about the pros and cons of using artificial intelligence and what it actually means as it relates to humans. Hint, humans are not always rational. That's a really big problem if we're solely relying on machine learning models with quantitative data only. How can we take into these accounts these different experiences that people will go through, different adrenaline rushes, different things that they had for dinner the night before? The opportunity here is, of course, to introduce qualitative data methods to augment statistical analysis, including video analyses to understand the context to incorrect predictions. There is a really great talk on YouTube as well from Bill M. Foster from the University of Alberta, Augustana, who talks about the old school method of identifying and understanding team performance by watching the game, by studying video analyses, by feeling how teams are performing, versus this new age, data-driven, quantitative, statistical analysis of how teams perform. It doesn't have to be that we butt heads on different ways to think about things or different ways to solve our problems. It is more so an opportunity to combine these two. For simultaneous triangulation again, I've also seen historically the opportunity for models to give predictive outcomes to different teams over the course of the season. And then a couple games in, maybe 10 games in, someone will say, a data scientist might say, well, our model is underperforming. The teams should have been here. The model is not predicting the right way. Let's try to go and fix this problem. Instead of having that reactionary view to model underperformance or overprediction, what if instead we were able to, in real time, involve qualitative data so we can understand faster how to improve our models? The solution here, data science can identify additional features that might not be readily apparent, nor readily available, nor apply to every team, but that get to the nuances of granular performance. It is all about combining the data that we have and the data that we believe in, the data that can fit nicely into a table, with data that's a little bit harder to get, that is a little bit squishier, but that can provide that additional context to make your predictions even more valid, even more robust, and have more sources of information involved. Our last use case, injury prevention and rehabilitation. It is not uncommon to measure the effectiveness of treatments or to give recommendations based on statistical analysis in regards to injury prevention and rehabilitation. We can always create aggregated statistics to let people know that if you limit your sugar intake, your performance will improve. If you limit your intake of tomatoes, a la Tom Brady, your performance will improve. However, prescriptive recommendations on injuries or rehabilitation or how to improve your performance are not always able to be followed due to both environmental factors and human decision making. Once again, humans might be able to have all the facts, but they could be irrational creatures. They can make their own decisions. They can not do the optimal solution that your model wants them to follow or that your model predicted that they will follow, but instead have a little bit of randomness in what they do. The opportunity here is, once again, combine data science with other statistical methods and qualitative methods like some psychology, sociology, and anthropology methods. The solution here would be to tailor recommendations with personalized nuances with a better likelihood of success. This really is the basis of the gamification of a lot of apps. It's about quantitative methods with psychology. This is about getting a public opinion swayed to do what you want them to do, to get the fans to react the way that you want them to do, to get a large group of people to do what you want them to do. It's involving quantitative methods with psychology, with understanding how humans actually behave, and these other types of data that we can include in our recommendations. And once again, there is a really great abstract here from Melissa Kay and Kristen Carusa that goes over how to actually apply this in a real world situation as well. People do not always do what you want them to do. And if you understand their motivations, if you understand the context that they live in, you can use your statistics and your quantitative methods more appropriately and more tailored to people to have better outcomes. So highly recommend that as well. So with that, my goal here is to recommend that with anything that you're doing, be inquisitive into your methodologies. Recognize and acknowledge your data and methods and both their strengths and their shortcomings to see how you can fill those gaps. Mixed methods research is a powerful way to dissect your analytics and ensure that you're answering their questions to their fullest robustness to help you understand both the quantitative and qualitative aspects of your problem or analysis. Major blockers to this are, of course, not having the right resources. As data scientists, we don't always have access to folks who specialize in user research, psychology or sociology, but it's important to then at least admit these shortcomings so we can provide better thought-provoking questions about the validity of the results. So with that, happy to take any questions on mixed methods research.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Christy. That was a wonderful presentation and really just loved kind of hearing about how with all those use cases, the opportunity is really just more to work cross collaboratively with subject matter experts in all these different areas, right? Like quantitative data is just one piece of the puzzle, as you mentioned, and it's really important to work with all different types of data to really move forward and build better models. So we do have a couple of questions for you. So the first one is, when assessing qualitative data, what is the typical sample size you aim for to answer some of those whys? Have you found it difficult to get users to engage? I think this is relating more to qualitative data specifically from users as opposed to like game contextual qualitative data.
Definitely. For qualitative data, it's actually about the methodology and what you're trying to achieve. So there are some methods that are best answered questions that only need 6 participants and you'll get 80% of usability issues. But then there are other larger nuanced questions that may need more. So as a data scientist, the best recommendation that I can give for finding that sample size is to ask a user researcher who knows the nuances of their methodologies. And to get users to participate, that is definitely an issue. There's always, of course, also going to be bias in the types of people that respond if you only reach out to a certain population, or if you reach out in one method like emails, you're missing people who don't check emails. So there's a lot of skepticism and opportunities to poke holes into user research, but if done well, it is a very great opportunity to build that robustness to data science.
Awesome. That totally makes sense. And one other question we have here. So specifically with sports data and models, what qualitative data have you seen to have the largest impact on some of the model outputs? Is it team data? Is it live event data? Is it athlete data? If you could talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, going back to that what why framework, step 1 was to identify your research question. So it totally depends on what you want to answer. And that will indicate who you should be talking to and at what level of granularity. So as far as what works best, that is completely dependent on what you're trying to answer and what access to those customers or those stakeholders or that team that you have.
Awesome. And then time for just one last question here. So knowing that you use a mixed model approach, how has this enhanced the work you do at Fanatics Betting and Gaming?
Yeah, we have slowly begun implementing a lot of these concepts. We are a newer company, so we're still building out a lot of our research opportunities. But our goals are always to be inquisitive about the type of work that everyone does, whether that's data science, user research, folks who focus on surveys. We always want to poke holes, not just take the numbers and the outputs at face value, but instead dig deeper to say what could have gone wrong and what does that mean for how likely we are to succeed given what we want to do.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much again, Christy. I think that everyone on this call should think more about using some mixed model approaches, especially us data scientists here. So thank you again for joining and sharing some of your insights.
Amazing. Thank you for having me. Thank you for letting me come to a data science program to talk about not data science.
Of course. Awesome. Okay, so jumping into our last keynote speaker for the day, Emily Reyes, who is AVP of Digital Transformation at CFL and formerly Genius Sports. So Emily will share the work she has done to modernize the data marketing stack for fan engagement.
Great. Hello, everybody. No, it's been a long day, so hopefully this will be fun, and we'll get a little video at the end and close it out. Let me share my screen. Okay, so what are we talking about today? We're talking about modernizing the data stack for fan engagement. So hello, nice to meet you. I'm Emily. I would consider myself to be like a leader in digital transformation and fan engagement. Across my journey, I've sort of had different roles in digital in general. Moving from analytics into product and then into more of this sort of sports and marketing ecosystem. So, you know, some folks have been in sport, ride or die for their entire careers. Sport is something that I made my way to by way of math, computer science, and really analytics in the digital ecosystem. So let's chat data, marketing, and fan engagement. So a sports fan in 2023, as even non-sports fans, as just consumers in the modern world, we expect a lot. And our fans' attention span has shrunk by nearly 2 minutes over the last 20 years. You know this firsthand, right? You're watching TV, you have your phone, you're working, but maybe checking Instagram at the same time. So our entire universe has become more cluttered with all of the things that are happening in our day-to-day. And you saw, spent a lot of time sort of with a product mindset. So when it comes to fans, the same approach of if we built everything that a fan asked us for, you know, we would be creating an experience that's disjointed and doesn't necessarily meet the needs of that fan. And so important to stay in the sweet spot. So when we're thinking about the modern data stack, how do you engage with a fan? All the things that we've heard today, it's really important to keep that sweet spot in mind, right? How do we build the right thing for the fans? And it is really the intersection of what is desirable, something that the fan really wants. Is it feasible? Building on the strengths of the current operational abilities of the teams. And then is it viable or profitable, right? So is it sustainable for the business, right? Because from a sports perspective, yes, we are building for the fan, but ultimately a league and a club is a business at the end of the day. So by focusing on the foundational elements required to personalize fans' experiences, the whole goal is to capture that limited attention, right? How do you build the right products? How do you leverage a modern ecosystem in order to do that? And really, when choosing how to architect the system, I always try to keep these 4 key marketing considerations front and center. So let's talk a little bit about that. So the things that really go into this sort of concept are, number 1, data collection. How do you win and retain more fans? How do you collect more qualified first-party data and really generate meaningful insights off of it? You know, data is only as good as your ability to use it. The general data and data tracking ecosystem is changing, right? Google has been toying with the idea of making cookies not fire on by default. We have changes to iOS 14. We have the idea of, what is a first party bit of information that sort of doesn't fit into those categories. So from a league perspective, it's like making as much of the data as possible first party so that we don't start to lose that data over time. The second bit is creation of IP. So creating new IP through owned and operated digital assets that give the fan a more attractive experience. In order to do that, the foundational elements need to be in place, and really that sort of ecosystem of content becomes ever more important. Third, always keeping in mind personalization. We've heard a lot about that today, but how do you take all of the information that is sitting in your data, web behaviors, past purchase, whether it's betting information, ticketing, merchandise, and combining all that to personalize, but really meet the fan where they are, right? Think about their next action, their previous action, and how do you sort of make that experience fit with where they currently are in that journey. And then finally, it's advocacy. The CFL is a really good example, right? It's I live in the States, even though I work with the CFL, and the proliferation of the league is quite low. So how do you take the network of casual fans or fans that have never even heard of who you are and turn them into super fans, increasing the engagement and advocacy? And from my opinion, the way that you do that is really a modern data stack and a warehouse first approach that becomes the preferred path forward when thinking about how you pull all of those pieces together in order to engage with the fan. Okay, so a little bit about advantages on focusing on the modern data stack. So I've sort of broken this down into 3 key areas. The first is really thinking about the data that a fan produces in a warehouse first mentality. What that gives you is full control over the single source of truth of a fan. And when you think about a league and its club, there are many different views of a fan where they entered into the ecosystem. Are they a fan of a specific team? Are they a fan, quote unquote, of the league and the content that the league is producing? So the warehouse, the centralized warehouse gives that single customer view, the true single customer view in the context of the entire ecosystem. The second is there isn't a need to store a second copy of fan data outside the warehouse in multiple downstream systems. Prior to some of the new warehouse first sort of technology partners or providers that we'll talk about, the cost of these solutions that surround the modern data stack were quite high. because of data storage and because of those multiple copies of data. So bringing it into the warehouse as the single source of truth allows for a single entity to exist and copies to be reduced. And then finally, out-of-the-box data sharing to enrich fan profiles. So really giving you that additional bit of information, or really anything that you would like to enrich the fan to get a better understanding of who they are, what they do, and what their behaviors are. So the second bucket, end-to-end platform. So this gives you the ability to have pipelines built with the warehouse, including reverse ETL, so data in, data out. Building solutions for the marketer as well as the data teams. This is something that's been very interesting at the CFL specifically, because the silos were so great before because of the disjointedness of the data, that really only data teams worked with data. And if we're talking about the fans, then the marketer needs to have access and be able to understand and work with it in the context that makes sense for them. And then finally, building everything in support of machine learning and more advanced use cases over time. So then finally, well, maybe not finally, but the third item that we're going to talk about today is the downstream engagement component, right? So how do you take the event streams and audiences and connect them through to destinations that allow you to activate that fan? You have the ETL and the reverse ETL to and from the CDP by way of the warehouse for most up-to-date audiences, making sure that you have the most current and true view of who the fan is. And then a multi-channel experience to interact with the fan and meet them where they are, right? So as a sports league, you don't get to choose where your fans consume your content. They may prefer to watch it on TV. They may prefer to, get highlight clips as a reel on Instagram. You don't get to choose, so you need to set up your infrastructure to be able to syndicate and push the data to wherever that fan is at any given time. Okay, so a little, I guess, a view into what this means in terms of the architecture. So on the left side, there are the data sources, right? So that can be all team and league data. That could be web data coming through SDKs, through any tracking that you have on your site. And that data gets streamed as an event into the warehouse. The warehouse becomes the center of this modern data stack, acting as the single source of truth. The common names like BigQuery and Snowflake and others play here. And then sort of tying together the data warehouse and the downstream activation, you have the CDP. And they really orchestrate the event streams to and from the warehouse and make sure that the activation channels where the fan personalization happens has the most up-to-date data. And those activation channels are really the downstream destinations that you see here. If you do it right, you're able to deliver content to fans anywhere that they want to consume it. Again, coming back to this, we don't really get to decide where our fans are going to interact with different components that you want to deliver to them. The content could be broadcast, again, it could be betting markets, it could be statistics, it could be dynamic ad campaigns. But if you set it up in a way where the warehouse is the central point, you have the data coming in, the CDP to understand the audiences, and then the destinations plugged in through the CDP. It gives you the flexibility to, engage with the fan in all those different ways. Okay, so I did want to give you a little bit of insight as today at the CFL and how we're sort of taking this concept of a modern data stack, the event streams, the data warehouse, the CDP, and the marketing automation, just generally from a business perspective. So initiatives that are currently being tackled are really to consolidate customer data to build that comprehensive view of the fan. Also generating sophisticated user cohorts. So are you a casual fan? Are you a avid fan? Are you international? Do you, like any specific types of content more than others? We're consolidating the data to fully capitalize on tech partnerships across the modern data stack ecosystem. And we're providing marketing and non-technical users the ability to activate their audiences based on trusted data, i.e. the warehouse being the single source of truth, the place where you go to get the data that you know is going to be the most accurate. So some desired business outcomes, sort of like our guiding principles, are really having personalized fan experiences. I would say that's common across the entire sports ecosystem right now. Giving the ability for sponsors to leverage new sponsorship activations across digital assets. So that's that IP thing that we talked about earlier. Incremental fans added to marketable fan database. So that's the concept of more is more. Even though we want to have engaged fans, the first step is making sure that every single touch point, whether it be digital or in venue or at food and beverage or any sort of e-commerce or retail, that fan, that email, that identifier gets collected and it gets added to the data warehouse. And then adding MarTech platforms really just to scale this out. No one person can activate this at scale. So how do we basically use the architecture and the partners to really scale this entire process? Things that we're focusing on from a capabilities perspective across the entire ecosystem is being able to ingest data from all of our first party and third party sources, including location data, mobile data, whether it be ticketing, e-com, etc. We're consolidating all customer data into Snowflake, so that is our data warehouse, to enable the modeling of that 360 view. We're focusing on comprehensive user cohorts, and then how do we activate those audiences. So the previous diagram was more general, and now I wanted to show you what this means in practice. So from a league perspective, this is the CFL view. We have many different statistical or in-game data points coming into the data warehouse. So the first are stadium scoreboards. And that's collected through what's called a score bug that plugs into the sort of the scoreboard in the venue. And then that gives us the real-time score for anything happening in the stadium. Then we have the telemetric in-game data. Telemetric data in this case is anything that is related to a wearable on a player, or a piece of hardware installed in the stadium that gives us data points like player speed, player route trees, different sort of more advanced statistics. If you're familiar with the NFL, this would be akin to their next-gen stats set of data points. Then we have our in-game live statistics. So that's, what is the score? What inning what period are we in? What is sort of, how many touchdowns there were? Just those really live game events that are happening. And then the other bit on the statistics side is really the information from broadcast, media, football ops, game reports. It's sort of all tied together because we use the statistics and those products to sort of combine and get a full understanding of this side of the ecosystem. Ultimately, when you do pull it together, we have this concept of increased fan engagement and consumption at the forefront. We work with Genius Sports. So that is sort of how I made my way to CFL, because I was a big contributor to Genius for many years. And Genius is really the tech partner that sits beside the warehouse that makes sense of all these statistics and gives us the APIs to pass data between the venue, the live, and the live data, and everything else that's happening on the fan side of the business. So schedules and rosters and integrity are a key part of this in order to tie things together. And then that sort of flows out into the fan side of the data ecosystem. So you think of it, I think of fan data in two cohorts. So it's the team fan intelligence and the league fan intelligence. There is some overlap over the two buckets, but teams are really with the ticketing data, retail data, and app information. And then the league sort of overlaps, but brings in broadcast, free-to-play games, and really some more different styles of fan base information, whether it be, contesting and things like that. So all of this data goes into our data lake, and then into the data warehouse, which is then piped out for insights, whether it be league intelligence or team intelligence. Like I said, we use Snowflake as our data warehouse. And then that gets piped into our customer data platform, which we've gone with RudderStack. They also have a warehouse first approach, which fits well with us because the platform itself is quite lightweight, but the solution plugs into the infrastructure that we've already put together. If you don't have a data warehouse yet, then you may look at partners like Segment that are a little more fully baked and can sort of fill in more of the gaps if the warehouse isn't set up yet. And then we take that data from the CDP by way of the audiences that we've created, fan audiences, fan segments, and we send that downstream. RudderStack has all the sort of connectors. We use Braze, MailChimp. Some of the clubs use Salesforce, so that gives us the ability to send that data from the warehouse to whatever provider that either any of the clubs decide to use. And that's where we run email, programmatic, social, video. We do push, again, some other genius activations in there. From a goals perspective, we're always thinking about things in the context of revenue, brand, and marketable fans. So does this generate revenue? Does it increase the brand value? Again, like we talked about up front, we don't get to dictate the value of the brand. That is the fan, so we need to keep them front and center. And then, broadcast sort of as a marker for how engaged a fan is. And all that sort of comes together to be the practical implementation of the overall ecosystem. So I did want to come back to this now that you've seen sort of maybe the complexities of all of the data in and data out from the league. But if we come back to this diagram, I just wanted to talk a little bit about some key takeaways, right? So although the ecosystem is complex, it doesn't have to take 10 years to get this up and running. So this concept of a modern data stack embedded within a sports league. By thinking about this within the framework of like people, process, and technology, you can make sure that you have a data engineering team embedded in your organization. I know for us here, that's very obvious, that makes sense. But for many clubs, they don't have those teams embedded. So they're maybe looking to the league to provide those resources, but leagues also have, if they even have it, a small data engineering team. And without a data engineer, you're not going to be able to set up all of the tooling along the way, no matter how self-service those toolings are. And then the next component of people, process, and technology is the process. So making sure that the process is set up to deliver the most amount of value in the shortest time, understanding that you might not be able to get to this full implementation of a modern data stack in your first version, but working with partners like Snowflake as the data warehouse, RudderStack as the CDP, Braze as your marketing automation platform, you can get a lot of the big components needed to set up a modern data stack out of the box. And you can reduce time to value to something like 2 to 3 years instead of maybe upwards of 10 years, where if you're sort of trying to build everything from scratch. Okay, so everything that we've talked about so far is very much under the hood. And sometimes it's hard to maybe tie the pieces together for like, what is the back end components, but what does that actually mean for the fan? So I wanted to show you what we're doing at the CFL, and how we are bringing this modern data stack to life, and what the fan would actually see. So it's about 2 minutes or so. I'm going to play a little bit of a video, and then after that, we'll have a few minutes for Q&A. So here we go.
Winnipeg last won it all. 2 decades for Hamilton, who makes history tonight. He's the top defensive player of the league. Last week against Saskatchewan, didn't really put a dent in the Riders' defense. Harris, big hole, second level, and down to the 17-yard line. The safety of Delicate with the tackle, but was having a huge first half of Saskatchewan just before the 2013 Grey Cup. The ball to the right side, and it's coming. Touchdown, Andrew Harris. They opened up the hole from the front. Here's his first score. Took it on the tackle from the secondary and finding the end zone. Then came out of the backfield, made a nice catch for his second touchdown on the first half. He is eligible for the MVP of this game, and right now he's the front runner. Lots of football to be played. Jay Langan taking a knee and getting attention, so makes it 2nd and 17. Goes open with his Hamilton defense making it a tough field goal attempt unless they get something here. Harris gets back in the field goal range, but he's got more. How about Andrew Harris? And he's eligible for all the awards tonight. Nick Dembski through the playoff. There he is. It's over, baby.
Came out on a mission tonight.
Absolutely. I mean, put a lot of pressure on myself in this game, and I wanted to do something great, be part of something great, and we did it.
The outstanding player of the 2019 Grey Cup from the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, Andrew Harris. And for the first time ever, the outstanding Canadian in the Grey Cup is also the outstanding player, Andrew Harris.
Okay. Hopefully everybody was able to see that, and we have a little bit of time for Q&A.
Yep. Awesome, Emily. Thank you so much for the presentation and for the video. It's awesome to kind of hear about the entire technology and data stack behind it, and then like really see it come to life. So that's super cool. So a few questions for you here. So first one is just how has your experience working with data changed or stayed the same moving from Genius to CFL?
So it's a really good question. It's actually expanded in scope. So at Genius, a lot of the sort of data that we were working with and building products off of was mostly on the fan engagement and the marketing side, right? So how do you take like web behaviors and past purchase information and a lot of first and third party data from brands and then tie that in with sports data for betting, right? And we would create sort of different marketing activations or create fan engagement content off of that information. At the league, it's all of that plus the team-specific data that was outside of the purview of Genius. So that might be ticketing information from Ticketmaster. It could be food and beverage from in-stadium purchases. It could be merchandise information, right? So all of that, because of the centralized warehouse that we've set up and all of the ingestion that we've done into it, the amount of data across different categories is much higher. You know, with what we're working with now at the league, I would say that the in-game sort of statistics and all of the calculations off of that information is being powered by Genius. So it might be a little bit of a conundrum, but because of my role in the media and fan engagement org, I definitely have more access here, whether it be statistics, broadcast information, wearables, ticketing, food and beverage, like I said. So I think we have something of like 20 data sources per club. And then, of course, expand that out to however many data points in each vertical of those different data sets. So it's definitely a lot to play with. And the fans will tell you if you get it wrong. So that's the other key piece on the data side is if you get the data wrong at the league, for better or worse, the fans will tell you. And they will let you know loud and clear. And they will not back down until things are to their liking. So you do have that component as well.
For sure. And then one more question here. Oh, actually, sorry, there are two more questions. So what are some of the biggest challenges for getting fans to watch more live? Is live still important, or are other forms of content becoming more influential?
It's the perfect question. And as you can see, this whole fan engagement sort of strategy that we're executing within the CFL is heavily tied to broadcasting of games. But I think the component that is still to be seen is how does that stream get to the fans? And then of that stream, how do you break it down into more meaningful chunks of highlights or key bits of information happening in a game, package that up, and then distribute it back to the fans if they, you know, raise their hand and say, I'm not interested in watching the live game, or quite frankly, they are not able to access the live game because of their region. Like in the US, if you're a CFL fan, very hard to consume a live stream, right? So how do you basically repackage that and distribute it out? So the long answer is we will see over the 2023 season. The short answer is I think it's going to be a bit of both. There's going to be a segment that says I want to watch live and I want to watch on my TV or I want to watch on my laptop. And then there's going to be a cohort of fans that are saying, you know, just give me that. Give me those aha moments. Give me those fun clips. Give me the, you know, crazy touchdown. And I'm happy to consume it that way.
Yep, totally. And then, okay, so the last question that we have here. So you mentioned that if teams don't have in-house data engineering teams, they rely on the league to provide data to them. What does that relationship look like at the CFL?
So luckily we're moving in the right direction. I would say that for better or worse, the league and team relationship is sort of like the parent and the like, maybe not the child, but the family member that, you know, they maybe have a little bit of tension in their relationship. So what we're really trying to do is break down the barriers between the league and the team. And we have sort of a centralized tech committee that spans the CFL at the league level, at the team level, and at Genius. So we're hoping that with the three groups combined and our ability to share resources, we can sort of lend a technical hand to the club, to a club who maybe doesn't have that person yet. But also, if you think about people, process, and technology, that tech committee is a place for us to talk about the architecture, talk about how this data stack is getting integrated, and then work with the clubs to make sure that they fill the gaps with those three areas where the club or the league mostly provides the technology in that, you know, modern way where we have our data coming in, the warehouse, the CDP, and the marketing automation platform. So that part is sort of, you know, the next bit to be adopted across.
Awesome. Well, that concludes the Q&A that we had for that session. So once again, thank you so much, Emily. And again, Emily will also be on the upcoming panel session that we'll get to in the next 5 minutes or so. So we'll take a little bit of a quick break here, and then we'll jump into the last panel session for the event. But thank you again, Emily. Awesome. Okay, so we are back. That was a quicker break than I thought. But okay, so our final panel of the day features five leading women from across the industry. We have Connor Lewis, who is a data scientist at Sportradar, Anjali Midha, who we heard from earlier, CEO and co-founder of Diesel Labs, Kristen Malik, data scientist at The Athletic, Emily Reyes, who we just heard from, AVP at CFL, and Kelly Sullivan, head of data products at Breakaway Data.
Thanks, Rachel. Hi, all. I'm so excited to host our second panel and the final session of today's Women in Data Science and Sports event hosted by Buzzer. Earlier today, we had such a great conversation with our first panel exploring their experiences with the gender inequities in data and sports and how we can continue to move women forward in these industries. I'd love to start off this panel with a question building off of our earlier conversation. And Emily, I know you just gave us a fantastic talk, but I'm going to start the first question with you. Acknowledging the gender inequities in data and sports, I'd love to hear more about what adversities you've had to overcome to get to where you are in your career now.
Yeah, I think earlier in my career, it wasn't super obvious to me that I was the only female on the analytics team or the only female sort of on more of the technical side. But as I started to move up in my career, right, teams of 30 plus, working on mergers and acquisitions of different companies into one team, you started to realize as you brought in more of these sort of executives into the fold in this like combined large corporation of which I was leading one division, you started to see more of the challenges pop up, right? The maybe not giving the benefit of the doubt up front, the new sort of the new leaders coming in, not having empathy for the work that I had put in as a female leader into the company, and really respecting my position at the time. So I think a lot of it was around the maybe not getting the benefit of the doubt, even though the role was commensurate with the leadership responsibilities. And those little communications, as I'm sure we all know and we've dealt with before, where, you know, the respect isn't given. There isn't that sort of, it just doesn't come out of the box. And I think a lot of my challenges have been how to overcome those smaller situations, right? Those constant interactions where maybe the respect isn't there. And then having to put in the extra effort to bring those people on and really prove yourself over and over again, where really, as a female, you shouldn't have to, especially when you've, you know, put in the work to really, you know, nothing was handed to us. We've worked really hard for the positions that we're in. So I think that's probably the biggest challenge, although it may be small, in the context of like your full work career.
Totally. I'd love to hear from Connor, actually, if she has any points on this as well.
Yeah, of course. First of all, I just want to say that so far this whole day has been amazing. I'm happy to be a part of it, and it is really awesome to hear from so many awesome women talking about not only like the panel earlier talking about their careers, but also the cool work that we're all doing. Beyond that, with this question, I always am trying to decide like which way to take it. And one way I take it is Emily just said it, like proving yourself over and over and over again. Like I feel like that's so common. And for me, it dates back to like elementary school. When I was in elementary school, I mean I love football. I've played football. My jersey's hanging on the wall behind me. But literally every day on the playground, I had to prove like, okay, I can catch the ball. You can throw me the ball. You can trust me. I can play good defense. And that continued. Anytime I would join a flag team, play pickup, you're constantly having to prove that you belong. And honestly, it's not that different in the field. There are definitely more and more allies that exist, especially in my current company at Sport Radar, that are there to prop you up, help you out a little bit, prop you up, give you opportunities to show that you belong. And so I'm feeling like there's a shift in industry that is allowing us to not maybe have to prove ourselves all the time, but people are leaning into what we're doing and recognizing like how useful, how helpful, how amazing we all are and like the work that we can do. So I'm happy to see this like shift happening, but it's not going to keep going unless if we keep proving people wrong. So that's the take. I feel like it could be a topic that we discuss for 2 hours. So I'll stop it there.
Yeah, and this is Anjali, happy to chime in as well. Thank you so much. And Connor, I second the motion on your earlier comments about how amazing this whole day has been and just the celebration of women and all of the amazing things that we are all kind of, working so hard on. And so I think my story, kind of like yours, it goes back to actually high school. I was in an all-girls high school, if you can believe it. I sometimes think back and I'm like, I don't think I realized in that space how unique and different that experience was, because from that point forward in my life I feel like I've always been in spaces where female representation has actually been a minority. So from my master's program to working at publishers to working at startups, everywhere I go, it doesn't even actually hit you that you're the only woman in a space anymore. I feel like in a weird way you get a little used to it, which is a terrible, terrible thing. And I keep reminding myself, like, this is our job. This is what we need to do, is blow that door open and get all the other amazing women who are out there into the room with us so that they can teach us, so we can teach them, and so we can all grow together. I think the craziest thing I lived through was working at a publisher once where, my boss pulled me aside. And again, this isn't a structure where your boss and your boss's boss and your boss's boss's boss, all men, love them dearly. They were all incredibly talented people, but pull you aside and say, hey, you need to listen more. You need to do this more. You need to do that more. And I think about it and I'm like, is that, at the time, it was very, it leaves a mark on your heart, I guess is how I'll put it. And I think maybe most of the women can understand what that feels like. But in retrospect, is that feedback that maybe they would have given a man in a similar situation and maybe not. So I feel like I have, maybe just this is my story, but have become more self-aware also of the different sort of standards that there are for women and that there are for men. And what I try to do is take those and kind of use them to my advantage. And I know I kind of try to flip it on its head, if you will. Take the things that the levels we're held up to and really show everyone how we can all, I'll use a sports metaphor, hit it out of the park. I'll leave it at that and let the other folks chime in.
Totally. Really appreciated that take, Anjali and Connor. I think you both made good points about like how we have to continue to advance women here. And I was thinking, even if I think about me and myself and the future of my career as I look at these incredible leaders that we've heard from today, like, how would you recommend that we best position women for future roles, right? Like, what have we learned through the processes of our own careers as good indicators for that potential fit and the ability to prosper within certain companies? I'd love to hear from Kristen if you have any thoughts here, because I think this is something where it's like, we understand the realities of these inequities, but how we continue to move forward and put ourselves in the best positions.
Yeah, no, definitely have many thoughts on this topic. But I think along those lines, like, one, sharing all of these experiences and all of these like adversities, especially with men. I find a lot of them are like still shocked that this is like my experience and this is, you know, how it is in this day and age, right? So I think continuing to speak out, calling out these things like when they happen to you, if you're able to, and just like really questioning them. Something that like came to my mind as you all were saying your experiences. I did an interview like maybe 6 months ago, not that long ago, and I was asked my salary range, and I gave my band, and I was like made to defend that like over and over and over again. I now make well within that band, like it wasn't crazy or anything like that. But I think like calling those things out, if you think something is told to you because of your gender, like call it out. Say like, I see this person being treated like that. Like, can you give me XYZ as to why this is how I'm being treated? So yeah, I think that's huge. I think something I'm so passionate about to help advance other women specifically is salary transparency, especially among women in your workplace. I think like sharing your salary, like personally, like I've helped women in my like my own coworkers get raises to match my salary. And if you don't feel comfortable, like bring it up in the anonymous all hands and just say like, can we make bans public? Can we make sure like we're all being paid equitably? It can be in percentage points if they don't feel comfortable sharing actual ranges. So I think that's like a huge way we can help other women. And then lastly, just like getting involved in interview processes. If you're ever given the opportunity to like be part of panels or interview for certain positions, I think it's so important that other women see like, you know, finally a woman is interviewing them. I'm like definitely, I've like logged on to like 5 men to interview me. So I think that that's like another big, relatively easy win that we could do.
Love all those points. And I really love that you're such an advocate for it, Kristen. I think, you know, lifting each other up as we, you know, climb is so important. And that's incredible that you've helped other women, you know, get raises to match your salary. And it's not, you know, we're not competing against each other. We are all working together here. So that is fantastic. Kelly, I'd love to hear, you know, in your experience, like what has helped you advance in your career? And if there's any like particular tactics that have helped you position yourself for advancement.
Yeah, I mean, I think like there's been a lot of wonderful things said today, so it's always hard to follow such, you know, awesome insight. But I think what I've just found is super beneficial is just to be your biggest advocate for yourself. I think it was said, you know, earlier when maybe people sell yourself short or like other people sell you short, and just making sure you don't do that for yourself, whether it's an interview or a project you're handed, and just knowing what you're capable of and showing up. And I think as women, the more we do that and the more we take charge, we really show what we're capable of, and people are, you know, always amazed because we do incredible things. So I think I've just found in my career, the more I can lean on myself to be my advocate, it usually benefits me a lot.
Totally. And as we think about this as well, I think we have some incredible leaders in this panel. And I would love to hear from our leaders, what role do you think you have to play to push women forward? I think, you know, there's the ICs, but then there's, you know, people in positions of power, often more men than women. But as a woman leader, do you feel any responsibility? Do you feel there are things that have worked well, that have not? We're all still learning in these processes, but I'll kick it over to Anjali first, and then we'd love to hear from our other panelists as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, gosh, I think it's always easier to answer the question with the challenges that we all face, right? Which is, you know, for example, trying to raise money as a woman, which we know right now women get a much smaller fraction of all VC and kind of, you know, angel investment funds than men. But the way I always look at it is, you know, I always try to tell myself, you got to persevere. You got to take 100 meetings to get the one that's gonna kind of open the door for you. And even if maybe there's some unfairness in that, maybe it would take a male person half as much or 80% as much or whatever of the effort. I feel like I I come out the other side finding the best possible partners, the partners who believe in me, and then using that allyship, using that community, that network of people, we can make change effective. We can be more effective together as a group than perhaps I could be individually on my own. That's not to say that there aren't things I do on my own. Of course, like I've been in leadership roles where I've, hired global teams, and always making sure you're being thoughtful about the talent and making sure, like, I feel like it starts with just making sure you're getting a very diverse pool of people from your HR departments or from whoever's kind of getting that first cut of resumes over to you. Because if there's a problem that starts before the funnel gets to you, then it makes it really hard for you to do your part of the puzzle. So those are things that I always kind of find is super important. I'll just give you guys a quick example. My company is funded by a small angel group called Golden Seeds, which happens to empower female entrepreneurs. And whenever I get the call from that group to come and represent, talk to other, emerging founders, things of that nature, I jump at the chance to do that, because I know that there are probably more underrepresented groups and individuals that I would get the opportunity to interface with in those spaces than perhaps like a normal networking event, if that makes sense. So it's little choices like that that I think help to steer all of us collectively in the right direction. And I try to do what, my little piece of the work that I can from this end on things like that.
From my perspective, it's really about being like very open and communicative about things that I am personally, as a mom, as a leader, are actively going through, and not being quiet about those things as it relates to like moving the whole business forward, right? Bringing empathy to what it means to be a mom while, having a job and taking care of all these other things. And, but while also making sure that that bias doesn't influence, right? We want to empower women. We want to help everybody overcome the challenges, but we also don't want to bias ourselves in a way where we are sort of swinging too far the other way. Just anecdotally, recently when I was helping this CFL hire for a bunch of roles, we did a fully blinded process where we didn't, we took out all names, all genders, anything that would, steer us in any which direction. And both males and females who interviewed or went through the applications, almost every single person agreed on the top two candidates, and those top two were females. So I have confidence that with a really good process, open communication, and like a really diverse talent pool, that we will still get to a place where we are helping and empowering women, because women will bubble to the top on their own.
I love that. I love the fully blind process. And I imagine that, took a lot of work to implement and like to get buy-in on as well. So that is incredible, Emily, that you all have done that. And kind of like building off of, okay, so we're like focusing on bringing women up. I think what's really important at Buzzer is like, when you think about diversity, it's not just diversity, it's also equity and inclusion. And so, for us, what it's really important here is like fostering an inclusive culture that like can celebrate women in our roles, making sure that we like have both, women represented, but like strong male allyship as well. And also across the board, not just gender, we're thinking of everyone together. I'd love to hear from, maybe I'll start with Connor this time. How have you experienced the benefits of mentorship or allyship throughout your career? And if you think there's anything in particular that has helped you because, it was other people coming in and fostering that inclusion.
Yeah. So mentorship has played a huge role in my career. And honestly, it's probably why I am where I am. And my first job, it was in the sports industry. It was in insurance. And there was a woman that's about 10 years older than me, but she had recently switched from being a developer to what they called like a statistical lead, and then eventually a data science role. And she like she didn't know it, but she was a huge mentor for me. Now we're really good friends. But she kind of saw like some potential in me and was like, hey, check out this. So she got me into doing Shiny in R. And that really helped me in my first job. And then she's like, I think you might need to go somewhere where so you can learn a lot more. So she like kind of pushed me to apply at a different spot, which is the previous place to where I'm at now. And the truth was is like she didn't really realize she was doing it. She was just having honest conversations about like her own career as well, because she was also in a period of transition. So as Emily was saying, like having open conversations about your own experiences, that literally happened to me from when I was being a mentee. So I like to be just as open about that now. In my role, we had an intern recently, and a lot of our one-on-one times were more so talking about experiences I've seen in my career, experiences I've witnessed other women in the field have, to try to like give that perspective. And also within Sport Radar, we're doing a major mentorship program, and it's like top down, which is really cool to see. We don't see that very often, where our CEO is like sponsoring this game changer program inside our company and matching us with mentors or mentees across the company, which is, like I said, you don't see that very often. It's allowing for a lot more communication, a lot of learning opportunities, and whether that person like truly becomes your lifelong mentor, I mean, that could happen, that could be great, but at least in the short term, it gives us a lot of good experiences that we can learn from. And also it honestly identifies so many allies. Like who is willing to do this, who's willing to help out, who do you know that if you need someone to back you up, or if you need to go to someone to talk to, it just identifies a whole group of people that you can then feel comfortable with in like this safe space.
Totally agreed. And I think I'll shift over to Kelly to see if she has any thoughts on this as well.
Yeah, no, I think that program sounds really interesting. And I think what's cool as well is, like, for me, I'm at a startup, so it's a smaller organization. So there's less opportunity maybe for a direct female mentor, although I have some great male mentors and allies here. I think some of the programs like Women in Data Science, there's Women in Sports Tech, WIST, that provide, an opportunity to build your community outside of maybe your direct work ecosystem is super important, especially in the sports industry. I'm in, the performance area of sports data, just being so small. I think those communities are crucial to continuing to bring women up and then keeping the women in the sports data community already just fulfilled and making connections. So I've been super fortunate to find those recently, and I'm telling everyone I know about them because I think it's awesome, and it really does lift the burden sometimes of being men all day, every day, every call. So I think those are really cool things that I would scream from the rooftops that more women should listen to, as well as men, right, to just learn more about women's perspectives and what their communities are like. So
Can I hop in and say one more thing on this topic? And it kind of goes back to before about advancement as well, is the networking and the using your pipelines. Men have been using their pipelines to get jobs for generations. So we can use those too, right? Like make these connections. When there's a job that they post, reach out to them, be like, I'm interested in applying, or give you a resume, just have like a a get to know you call, whatever it might be, information, informal interview, but use the pipelines that events like this create, the connections that events like this create, and you can use those to further your career. It's not just all on your own. You don't have to feel like you're pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. There's people now, there's women, there's allies around that that are willing to help out. And like I said, men have been doing that for generations, so we should take advantage of that too.
Yeah, I definitely echo that. I love a good LinkedIn message. I think that like no women I've reached out to and I'm like, hey, I'm struggling, I want advice on this, I'm like feeling this type of way at work. No one's ever like turned down a quick 10-15 minute chat, and those like pieces of advice like I think I've carried with me for a long time. And also like reaching out, like sometimes there are only men at your company, and just reaching out and saying like, hey, I'm struggling with this, like do you know any women in tech, in sports, elsewhere? And I've been connected to like so many other women elsewhere through like that mechanism. So I feel like that's like a perfect way of this like secret mentor theme that we have for the day. Yeah.
You know, you just reminded me of a story too. A couple weeks ago, someone knocked on my door and he said, you know, we're looking for a CEO for this amazing new company. He kind of said, he framed it as the entire board was all essentially Caucasian men. And he's like, we would really love to have like a fresh, you know, breath of air. And I could, you know, it's not hard to read between the lines. I kind of got what he was saying. So I was like, all right, let me think about it. I'm going to get back to you with some names of like amazing and talented women who, you know, potentially could fill the role. I remember getting on the second call with him and I was like, okay, are you ready? I'm like, buckle up, here we go. And I think I gave him about like 9 or 10 different names. And by the like third one, he was like, okay. And I'm like, there's so many more people out there that, you know, I think we, as we can to lift each other up, put everyone, you know, kind of, you know, even if it's not a perfect fit, recommending people who are incredibly talented, thoughtful, have great networks of their own. And so I just wanted to echo, I think, what a lot of the folks on the panel have said so far. You guys just kind of reminded me of that own little experience I had. I think by the time I got to number 9, he's like, okay. I'm like, no, we're not good. Like, I will find you more names, you know, like, let's make sure we find you somebody great for this position. So just advocating for each other is such an important part of the whole job.
Totally. I love that. And I love what everyone's added on this topic. I think some of the things I picked up is, you know, there's these like incredible networks, whether they're internal or external. And what I've noticed is sometimes these networks or these events are often put on by women, right? For women, put on by women, that makes sense. But we think about making a more inclusive culture, right? Like the team bonding event or the like, you know, mentorship program for the whole team. Those often sometimes fall to women to plan because the stereotype that we may have that we are the better planners, we're the ones to do those more like administrative social tasks. And so I'd love to hear if anyone has any experiences being the spearheader of these things or feeling the pressure of being the spearheader of these things. I know, Kristen, you might have some experience here, so I'd love to start with you and if anyone has a thought.
Yeah, once again, itching in my seat to speak up about this. But I definitely used to be like that girl. Like I was definitely like making the Jeopardy games for the team and doing the social hours, or even participating like in DEI councils and things like that. And I don't know, as I've gone through my career, like it really does emotionally like exhaust you. And I think it's really important to like opt out sometimes of those things, and just know that your existence in this space is already tough enough work. Like you being there and you like being another woman in the room for someone else, like that is a lot and that is contributing a lot. So like, yeah, take it on when you feel like you can, but as soon as I hear like social hour plan, I'm like, I'm on mute. Like it won't be me for now, for now. But yeah, that's kind of how I feel like I've shifted through time.
I'll maybe echo
Totally.
Kristen and say that I have burned myself out over my career with this specific area, right? When you have a large team, a lot of folks that depend on you at work, plus then you want to step up and be the social chair or, you know, plan this thing, or quite frankly, as a leader of a team, you're responsible for your team retention and keeping your team happy. That's a lot in its own right. So then to combine it with, you know, wider company initiatives. So yeah, I've definitely been in the position of burnout because of something like this. And Kristen, just like you, I mean, that's one of the reasons why now I'm technically a consultant instead of a, you know, full-time employee at a company, because for me, that gives me the agency to have the boundary while also doing my best work. So, Kristen, maybe I'm getting there where I'm learning how to set that boundary, but you learned that lesson, I think, before I did. I had to sort of learn the hard way that there needs to be a balance between how much you give, but also how much is being taken from you in the context of your role.
Totally. And I think you hit it right on the head earlier too, Emily. You know, women often take on a lot of these roles, sometimes almost they're extracurriculars to our actual work. And some of us enjoy it. I would say I'm one of those folks who I've yet to burn out of hosting the social hours. That's also just my extroverted sense, and it's not everyone. So I think it's like understanding also when teammates are taking on too much, that you're like, hey, are you doing this just because like you always do it, and like you just feel like now this is a part of your role, but not in your job description, and you're not paid for this. Like making sure and reaching out to maybe the male colleague who enjoys all the events but never plans them, and say, hey, like, do you want to come and help out with this one? I think is so important. But thinking about all the roles we take on, I know we have a couple moms on this call, and I just would love to hear just a little bit about balancing being a mom, being a woman in data and sports. You know, these are a lot of things to do, and especially advancing through your career, how you balanced it. I'll start with Anjali.
Sure. I am not a mom yet, but I do have some perspectives that I'd be happy to share on this one, because I have to echo Kristen and Emily to the T. I couldn't agree with you guys more in terms of, I think it was Emily who put it as, you know, being careful about what you offer versus what is kind of taken from you in a given role. And it is very tempting, because I think we're all sort of conditioned in a way to want to participate in all of this stuff, but having to make those choices of like, okay, if I'm participating in this, maybe is there something I'm not doing as good a job of on the other side that could be more impactful, right? And also, like I think you guys said, like yanking in people who maybe traditionally don't help plan those types of events, who, no matter who they are, because sometimes having, you know, fresh perspective in the whole process of planning events can also be helpful. I remember back at an earlier startup I was in, there was an event that was planned, and it was just very, I would say, male centric in terms of the activity. I remember the thing that was planned very much it wasn't as inclusive as it could be. I won't call the person out by describing the full event. But, you know, then sort of helping encourage that there are different personalities, different voices on those planning teams, even if it's not you, just, you know, kind of doing your part to make sure that those places stay with as much perspective as possible, I think is super duper important. And I know with smaller teams, it definitely is easier. So I run a pretty small, you know, startup right now myself. And so it's easy to kind of do some of that. But even as our team has grown from 2 people to 5 people, or 5 people to 10 people, there's such a big difference in that the amount of effort that goes into these kinds of things. And it is important to keep that in the back of your head. I remember one of my colleagues was like, Anjali, don't worry, we got this, you know, because I'm so used to being involved in all of that decisioning, and kind of being thrown out was really refreshing, actually. And a good reminder for me too, that, you know, there are a lot of places we can be helpful. You know, go be helpful in as many of those places as you can, but you don't have to kind of fall in to the trap. If someone's already got it under control, definitely lean on them to do that.
So I can just like jump on the mom perspective, but I think when I became a mom, I realized that a lot of my relationships at work were sort of shifting into that parent-child relationship, like specifically with my team. So my, 10 direct reports, I started to take on their emotional sort of baggage at work, just because in my personal life, I was like having more of an emotional experience. And so, with my sort of re-architecting of the way that I just like work in general so I can be a good mom and also be, contribute to a business, was just about setting the boundaries on when I am available and when I am not. And even further, when I can be on video and when I cannot be on video, right? So it allows me to have mom time, it allows me to have work time, and puts the balance between the two, because if you let them bleed too much, especially with working from home, it just, as a woman, it just doesn't allow you to be like your best self in your personal environment, and then also not your best self in your work environment. So just setting the boundary. And I can tell you when you say, hey, I'm not able to be on video after 4 p.m., I haven't had a single issue with that boundary since I set it, and before I would be on calls with Australia until 10 p.m. So it's doable. You just have to sort of take it upon yourself to acknowledge that you have more than one role in your life. And quite frankly, being a mom is the most important role to me right now, because my son is 3. So, and my work hasn't suffered. So you can do both,
Totally. And I think as you talk about like all the roles you play in your life outside of your job, it's again, as we talked about earlier, it's like speaking up for yourself and like having that self-advocacy of like, these are the boundaries I've set with my role. These are the things I'm willing to do as an extracurricular at work. Maybe I'm not going to do those because the extracurriculars I have outside of work are taking up a larger portion of my time than maybe other coworkers. So I think that's kind of where, you look at folks who are balancing all these things outside of their individual roles, and you also take that as like, that's them, sharing and bringing that to work as well. So love hearing those perspectives. I think our final theme of today, and it's, we've been talking a lot about the importance of diversity, like the acknowledgement of it, the moving past it and like building onto it. But I think is something that we talked about a little bit earlier today as well, is, how do we see diversity being important to the future of sports, especially with regards to the like continual advancements in data and technology? Today we had some really awesome technical tracks talking about like how important these like technologies are evolving, but how can we, make sure that we're like keeping diversity as like a singular like point of focus at times, that we are building properly. And so I'd love to hear maybe from Kelly on how she thinks about, diversity with regards to data and technology.
Yeah, I love this question, just because I currently work in performance data, and obviously athletes are extremely diverse. And right now there's just a lot of excitement surrounding AI and just a variety of things to kind of advance and solve problems. But you really need great data sets to solve those problems like accurately. And the data sets we have right now for performance data is limited in diversity. There's more data on men than women, and I mean, it's hard to get in general. And so I'm just excited looking, 5 to 10 years, the data that we can acquire from a diverse set really means that the problems we can solve is for everybody, not just one cohort of people. So I know the power of diversity is going to really, really set the tone for how we solve problems in the long term.
Yeah, I also feel like the types of problems we bring up also just like adds a huge, just like untapped market, I feel. I had like a previous coworker whose sister played like professional soccer. So he thought to like do a project where he basically changed broadcast soccer games, and you couldn't see the players, you just saw like figures moving on the field. And he had like asked people to recognize if you could tell if it was a men's game or a soccer game. And I think it was like 85% or something of people like couldn't tell the difference between the two games. And I feel like that type of problem is like exactly why like diverse perspectives are so important, even if, it wasn't like a woman working in sports tech, right? But she still influenced him to like bring up that type of research and really like push those things forward. So I think that that's huge. And I also think like advocating for consuming women's sports and women's like media, like watch the women's game, read like news about the women's game, and that'll all funnel and get us like better player data as well, and like really just get the ball rolling. So yeah, that's what excites me for the future.
I have a slightly different take on this one. It could be women, it could be anybody. But one thing that's really cool is I've seen a lot of different people coming from different backgrounds into sports, and not just someone coming up doing like sports stats or focusing on it in college. Maybe they're like, I have a biostatistics background. I've seen neuroscience. I've seen so many different backgrounds, and you bring in all of this new different ways of thought on how to solve problems. And to me, that's extremely exciting. Sometimes it relates to gender, sometimes it doesn't, but you really get this like actual diversity of thought and training to solve. I mean, all these different problems you saw today were solved in different ways. So it's good to have this variety.
I would agree and actually expand that too to beyond sports, if that's okay. I feel like that's kind of been the trend of this question, which is to say, you know, I was pre-med as a kid. I was totally convinced I was going to be a doctor, but I was like obsessed with TV content. I mean, I don't know, that's probably pretty normal as a teenager. Maybe I had an unhealthy level of it. You know, and now I find myself in the world of media and entertainment, sports entertainment, but likewise also kind of, you know, traditional content. And that came kind of out of nowhere also. And it almost it's almost better to have, you know, like I think, Connor, to the point you were making, as many different perspectives as you can have in the room, whether they be gender, whether they be background, whether they be whatever, you can kind of fill in the blank. The more we are servicing the work that we're doing, the data we're producing, the insights we're producing by making sure that different people are looking at the same thing with different perspectives. And some of those perspectives are going to be groundbreaking and, you know, they will change the world. Some of them will be, oh, I found an error in the data because there was an assumption made super early on. And it's just a nuance of how things work when we all here now work with such large data sets. And I do feel like this goes in every direction. So up until now, we've really been having the conversation about, oh, you know, maybe someone who, you know, someone more feminine would have caught something like this or what have you. But it works in all the directions, I would say. And so, you know, just, I know that we're here to celebrate women, and that's certainly a big part of this, but just thinking even bigger picture than that, especially as we're all responsible for building what will be the blocks that, you know, the future sport, future entertainment sits on. It's a really cool time to be in these roles. And I'm just excited that we're having this conversation, to be frank. So I want to thank, you know, all the organizers at Buzzer, of course, for just like bringing all of us together here to just be open and transparent about some of the challenges, but also the benefits of all of the great work.
Thank you all. That was our last topic of the day. So thank you again to the panelists for joining and all the speakers before. I will hand it back over to Rachel for our closing remarks.
Awesome. I mean, what a way to wrap up the day. Zoe and panelists, thank you so much. I could have sat here and listened to that discussion go on for hours. So I'm sad that we had to end it when we did, but thank you again so much. So we did have one speaker, Haley Redgate, who was not able to actually make the event today. So again, along with the questions and the answers that we'll be sending over, we will also share a recording of her session as well. And lastly, yeah, just really appreciate everyone joining and staying on late this Friday. I mean, I'm truly at a loss for words at how amazing this day has been. It's not often that we get to hear from so many women in data, in sports and media all in one day. And so again, just really humbled and honored to be sitting alongside some of these leading women. And so again, I just want to emphasize that we all took action today to help level the playing field, but it shouldn't just start and stop here. And so if you want to continue taking small actions, once we do share the live stream recording, please feel free to share it with your network. If maybe some of your coworkers or colleagues weren't able to join, they can watch specific sessions or specific panels after the fact. we also invited speakers and some of their networks to a LinkedIn event page, so that we spoke a lot about the power of networking. And so really just being able to keep that network alive, especially for women in the industry. And then lastly, as I mentioned earlier, Buzzer Strive program does have a summer mentee and mentorship program. And so if you were interested, you could read a little bit more about that on our Strive website, and you can apply to actually be a summer mentee or mentor. So really just thank you again to everyone. I hope everyone enjoys the rest of their Friday and they have a great weekend, and really just appreciate all the speakers, all the audience members, and the entire Buzzer team for supporting this.